Hello guys, welcome to The Fiction World. Today we have an incredible story for you. What if Deku Reborn is Overlord of Hell in Hazbin Hotel and got breeding harem with Charlie, Stella and all demons? If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. Let's get into it. Chapter 1, Fallen Green. The last thing Izuku Midoriya felt was warmth. Not the good kind. Not the warmth of All Might's hand on his shoulder or the heat of summer training or even the sting of a hard-earned bruise healing overnight. This was the warmth of something tearing, of every cell in his body coming apart at the molecular level while one for all screamed through him like a dying star trying to hold itself together through sheer force of stubbornness. He remembered the villain's name. Fracture. A nobody, really. A mid-tier threat who'd somehow gotten his hands on a quirk that could split dimensional barriers like wet paper. The kind of villain that, on any other day, the top 3 heroes could have handled in 20 minutes with minimal property damage and a good press shot at the end. But the barrier had been splitting over Shibuya. Over 3 million people. And the tear had been accelerating, the dimensional rift widening with every second, and every calculation Izuku ran in his head while he flew toward it at full cowl had landed on the same answer. Someone had to go through it from the inside to collapse it from the other side. No one else had been close enough. He'd thought, in that last half-second before the rift swallowed him whole, about his mom. He'd thought about Kaken's face, the furious, terrified version that only appeared when Izuku was doing something genuinely suicidal. He'd thought about All Might, retired and gray-haired now, watching news coverage in his apartment. He'd thought, I hope this works. Then the warmth became everything, and then it became nothing, and then, he fell. Not metaphorically. Not spiritually. He fell, with physical sensation, with wind screaming past his ears and the smell of sulfur burning his nose and the distant glow of something enormous and red growing below him like a sunset that had given up on subtlety entirely. Izuku hit the ground the way a comet hits a planet. The crater was roughly 40 feet wide. He lay at the bottom of it for a while, staring up at a sky that was wrong in every conceivable way, too red, too dark, shot through with veins of deep purple lightning that moved like living things. His body hurt in ways that didn't make anatomical sense. His fingers were tingling. His chest felt like someone had tried to fit 10 people's worth of power into one person's ribcage and then forgot to leave room for anything else. Am I dead? He sat up slowly, and the answer presented itself almost immediately. He was in a city. Or what had been a city, maybe, in some previous era before everything went architecturally insane. Buildings stretched in every direction, crooked, towering, built from materials that looked like obsidian and bone and something that might have been compressed shadow. Neon signs flickered in languages he didn't recognize and some he did. The streets were cobbled with something that wasn't quite stone. The air tasted like cigarettes and old copper and, underneath it all, something sweet and rotten simultaneously. People moved through the streets beyond the rim of his crater. Demons. He registered that fact with the calm, analytical part of his brain, the part that Aizawa had trained to assess threats without emotional interference, and took stock. Horns, tails, wings in varying configurations. Heights ranging from human normal to something closer to small buildings. Colors that had nothing to do with any human skin tone he'd ever catalogued. 2 of them were looking down into his crater right now. They were big. One had 4 arms and a jaw that unhinged like a snake's, showing approximately 3 rows of teeth. The other was shorter but built like a concrete wall with a grudge, crimson-skinned, with horns that curled forward like a ram's and eyes the color of old fire. New soul, the 4-armed one said, the way someone might say free lunch. Izuku looked down at his hands. They were different. Not grotesquely, not immediately, but different in the way that a photograph of someone looks slightly wrong when you can't immediately identify why. His skin had taken on a faint luminescence, something deep green flickering just below the surface like bioluminescence. His hair was the same wild mess, but the green lightning that One for All had always manifested externally seemed to have been absorbed. Integrated. It wasn't sparking outside his skin anymore. It was inside it, moving through his veins, visible in the same way a deep-sea creature's light is visible through its own translucent flesh. He flexed his fingers. The crater's edges lit up green. Big new soul, the four-armed demon revised. Still just one soul, the red one said, cracking its knuckles. 2 of us. Izuku closed his eyes for exactly 3 seconds. He took a breath of sulfur-thick air. He felt the power in his chest, recognizable, familiar, all 8 predecessors' worth of accumulated will and strength and sacrifice, and he thought, very clearly and without drama, okay. Different world. Same job. He stood up. He was taller than he'd been. Not dramatically, but enough to notice. The transformation that Hell had worked on his arriving soul had done something to his frame, broader shoulders, a presence that the air around him seemed to acknowledge somehow, the way air acknowledges a thunderstorm before the clouds even arrive. "I don't want to fight you," he said. His voice came out steady. "I just got here. I'm confused, I'm probably grieving, and I would really appreciate 30 minutes to figure out what's happening before anyone starts swinging." The four-armed demon jumped into the crater. Izuku sighed. The fight lasted 11 seconds. He knew because he counted, old habit from training, timing his own responses, cataloging weaknesses in real time. Four-arms was fast but predictable, leading always with the same dominant right side. The red one was stronger but telegraphed every move by shifting its weight first. Neither of them had ever, in all their time in Hell presumably fighting everything Hell had to offer, encountered someone who could analyze and adapt as fast as Izuku Midoriya. He didn't use one for all at full output. He didn't need to. He used it the way a master chef uses a good knife, precisely, economically, with the quiet confidence of someone who knows the difference between showing off and getting the job done. Four-arms went into the crater wall headfirst. Red followed a half-second later, landing in a heap that raised a small cloud of dust. Izuku stepped over them, climbed out of the crater, and looked at the street. Every demon within eyeshot had stopped moving. He counted approximately 47 of them, various shapes and sizes, all doing the exact same thing, staring at him with the specific expression shared across all sapient species when they witness something that doesn't fit their existing model of reality. "Sorry about the crater," Izuku said, because he couldn't help it, because 22 years of being trained by the most considerate man in Japan had made certain apologies completely automatic. Then he picked a direction and started walking. The Hazbin Hotel was not what he expected, though he wasn't sure what he'd been expecting. He'd found it by following the single most wholesome thing he'd encountered in Hell so far, a pamphlet. Bright pink, cheerful font, slightly water-damaged, or something damaged. He didn't want to think too hard about what liquids existed in Hell, lying in the gutter. He'd picked it up. Read it twice. Read it a third time because the second reading hadn't made it make more sense. The Hazbin Hotel, a place of redemption for Hell's lost souls. All are welcome. Check-in available daily. He'd stood there holding it for a long moment, feeling something crack open in his chest that wasn't pain. More like recognition. The specific feeling of finding something in an impossible situation that proves the universe still has a sense of humor, or possibly a conscience. He'd followed the address. The hotel itself was a Gothic Victorian nightmare that had clearly been loved aggressively and perhaps slightly incompetently. It was enormous, its architecture suggesting that whoever designed it had access to both genius and madness in equal measure, and the result was something beautiful in the way a thunderstorm is beautiful. You appreciate it while also acknowledging it could absolutely kill you. Red and gold were the dominant colors. The sign was a hazard beacon of pink neon. The whole structure hummed faintly with a kind of energy he recognized as magical without having a better vocabulary for it yet. He pushed open the front door. The lobby hit him immediately, warm light, a bar to the left, a front desk that managed to be both grand and welcoming, the smell of something being cooked badly somewhere in the back. And 3 people in the middle of the room who all turned to look at him with very different expressions. The first one was a young woman, demon, he corrected, though she felt more human than anyone else he'd encountered so far, with blonde hair, pink cheeks, and red eyes that currently held approximately 9 different emotions fighting for dominance. She was wearing a red coat, a top hat sitting slightly askew on her head, and she was holding a clipboard that she'd clearly just dropped because it was on the floor now. She stared at him like he was a sum that didn't add up. The second was a moth-winged demon, also a young woman, with gray skin, a single visible eye, and an expression that went from surprised to deeply suspicious in under a second. Her hand moved toward something at her hip that he recognized as the preliminary gesture of someone reaching for a weapon. The third was tall, red-suited, with antlers and a smile that had been assembled carefully from pieces of charm and danger and the specific pleasure of someone watching something interesting happen in real time. He was leaning against the bar with a glass in one hand, and the smile hadn't moved an inch, which somehow made it more unsettling than if it had. Izuku held up the pamphlet. "I found this," he said. Is this a real place? The redemption thing. Is that actually what happens here?" The blonde one sucked in a breath. "You're real," she said. Not a question. Just the sound of someone's hypothesis being confirmed in a way that was simultaneously exciting and slightly terrifying. "I think so," Izuku said. "I'm honestly not 100% certain about anything right now." "You're the one who made the crater," the gray one said flatly. It was not a question either, but a very different kind. "The two demons who jumped in were fine," he said immediately. "Relatively. Structurally. I didn't break anything important." "You threw Craxus through 12 feet of compressed hellstone," the tall red one said, his voice a warm static-edged baritone that Izuku's brain filed immediately under charming and extremely dangerous. "Craxus, I should note, has not been thrown by anything in approximately 2 centuries. He'll be insufferable for a week." He tilted his head. "I rather enjoyed it." "I'm Charlie," the blonde one said, stepping forward with the speed of someone who'd made a decision and committed to it fully. She stuck out her hand. "Charlie Morningstar. This is my hotel. Well, it's my project. The Redemption Project. The hotel is you know what, none of that matters right now because you just arrived in hell, which means you're a new soul, and new souls are," she paused. "Visibly reorganized. Are you okay?" The question landed on him like a physical thing. In his entire arrival in hell, the crater, the fight, the walk through streets where every demon he passed had either stared or moved away quickly, that was the first time anyone had asked if he was okay. It was such a simple question. Such a specifically human question. It slid right through every defense he'd been assembling since he woke up and punched him directly in something very close to the middle of his chest. He shook her hand. His was still glowing faintly green. She didn't flinch. "Izuku Midoriya," he said. "And I don't know yet. But I'm working on it." She smiled. It was a real smile, not political, not performative, just genuine warmth breaking across her face the way light breaks through cloud cover. He understood immediately why she'd built a hotel in hell. She was exactly the kind of person who would do exactly that. "You can stay," she said. "Everyone's welcome here. That's literally the whole point." The gray one, Vaggie, he'd learn in the next few minutes, looked like she wanted to lodge several formal objections but was physically restraining herself through sheer force of personality. The red tall one, Alastair, the name arriving with the weight of someone who was clearly important and knew it, simply watched him with that static smile and the eyes of someone running calculations. "There's a room on the 3rd floor," Charlie continued, already moving toward the front desk, already reaching for keys, already operating on the assumption that he'd said yes before he had. "It gets good light, well, hell light, but it's the best we have. The kitchen is technically functional. Vaggie can show you around." "Charlie," Vaggie said. "Vaggie. We don't know anything about him. He came in through the front door holding the pamphlet," Charlie said reasonably. "That's more than half our guests do. He threw Craxus through 12 feet of, in self-defense," Izuku said quietly. "They jumped me. Vaggy's single eye flicked to him. The assessment in it was sharp, professional, the kind of look that came from training or survival or both. He met it evenly, because he'd been assessed by Eraserhead and All Might and Recovery Girl in every class at UA in his first year, and he'd learned that the right response to a thorough look was to give it something honest to work with. Whatever she found, something in her posture loosened. Not much. Barely perceptible. But enough. "Third floor," she said. "Follow me." He followed her up the stairs, and as he turned the corner on the first landing, he looked back down at the lobby. Charlie was already spinning slowly in the middle of the floor, hands clasped, looking up at him with an expression he couldn't immediately categorize, wonder, maybe, mixed with something more specific. Like someone recognizing a thing they'd been waiting for without knowing they were waiting for it. Alastair raised his glass. His smile didn't change. Izuku turned and went up the stairs. The room was good. Better than good, actually, spacious in the way that suggested the hotel's interior operated on slightly different rules than its exterior, with a bed that felt real, a window that looked out on Hell's skyline, and a writing desk that someone had clearly put thought into positioning for maximum natural dark light. There was a bookshelf with actual books. He didn't look at the titles yet. He sat on the bed, put his face in his hands, and let himself have 2 minutes. 2 minutes for the grief. For the fact that he was dead. For the image of his mother hearing the news, for Kaken's reaction, for All Might sitting in his apartment and learning that the kid he'd chosen had gone through a dimensional rift and not come back. 2 minutes for the weight of all of that. He gave it exactly that long, the way Aizawa had once told him that emotions on a mission were not the enemy, but the schedule was, and you could feel things and still function if you were disciplined about it. 2 minutes. Then he lifted his head, looked at his hands, and watched the green light move through his veins like a slow current. He was different here. He understood that much without fully understanding the mechanism. The residual energy of One for All, 8 lifetimes of quirk energy and accumulated will, had apparently been exotic enough in dimensional terms that it hadn't just carried his soul to hell. It had changed the nature of his soul on arrival. He was a demon now, or something adjacent to it. He had power here in a way that was different from what he'd known, deeper, less physical, less about muscle memory and more about something fundamental that lived in whatever he was made of now. He'd deal with the implications later. He had a history of dealing with the implications later and making it work. He went to the window. Hell's skyline looked back at him. Towers of dark architecture, the glow of 1,000 demon establishments, the red-purple sky with its living lightning. Far in the distance, something enormous was happening, a pillar of what looked like smoke but moved with too much intention to be smoke, rising from a district he couldn't identify yet. And above it, for just a moment, before the hell clouds swallowed it again, a flash of green light. Rising from that pillar of smoke that wasn't smoke. Rising and branching and illuminating that wrong sky with something that looked, very specifically, like One for All's lightning caught in a mirror and reflected at the scale of weather. His power, resonating with something in Hell's infrastructure. Finding its frequency, the way a tuning fork finds a matching note. He pressed his hand against the glass. The glass lit up green beneath his palm. "Interesting," said a voice from the doorway. He turned. Alastair was leaning in the doorframe with his arms crossed and his smile at its most specifically readable, the version that said, "I have decided to be curious about you," in the same tone that a cat decides to be curious about a new object, which could precede either affection or complete destruction depending on factors only the cat understood. "You knocked?" Izuku asked. "I did not," Alastair agreed pleasantly. Izuku looked at him. Alastair looked back. The static that emanated from him was more noticeable up close, a kind of pressure in the air that most creatures would respond to with instinctive unease, the way prey animals respond to a predator's proximity before they've consciously registered the threat. Izuku's instincts registered it clearly. His response to it was curiosity. "Radio demon," Izuku said. "That's what they call you." Something shifted in Alastair's expression. Not the smile, that didn't move, but something behind the eyes, a recalibration. You've been in hell for approximately 3 hours. I listen fast. He paused. What do you want? Several things, Alastor said, none of which I'll share tonight. What I will share is this: you are generating a significant amount of attention, and not all of it is the friendly variety. The power signature your arrival left in Hell's ley lines is notable. The green lightning in the sky. Precisely. There are individuals in this city who monitor such things. They will come to investigate. Some of them will have manners. A pause with texture to it. Most will not. Izuku nodded slowly. Are you warning me? I am informing you, Alastor said, which is a different thing entirely, and I'd appreciate you keeping that distinction in mind. Warnings imply a degree of concern for the recipient's welfare. His smile shifted incrementally. I simply find this situation too interesting to have interrupted prematurely by something preventable. That's almost thoughtful. It is deeply pragmatic, Alastor corrected, with the air of someone defending their reputation. He pushed off the doorframe. Get some sleep, if you can. Tomorrow, dear boy, Hell will start paying attention to you in earnest. He left. Izuku listened to the footsteps recede down the corridor. He turned back to the window, where the green light was still faintly visible in the distance, still writing itself across that wrong sky. Tomorrow, he thought. Okay. He'd been planning for tomorrow his whole life. One more wasn't going to break him. He didn't sleep much. The bed was real, the room was quiet by Hell's standards, but his mind was running the kind of continuous processing loop that it ran after every major event, cataloging, cross-referencing, building a picture. He had fragments. Charlie Morningstar, who was Hell royalty by the look of the hotel and the weight that name carried in the few references he'd caught. The radio demon, who was something older and stranger than his easy manner suggested. A hotel that was trying to do something genuinely good in a place that seemed engineered to make goodness impossible. And something he'd felt when he landed, something in Hell's structure that had recognized his power the way a lock recognizes a key. He didn't have language for it yet. He filed it and moved on. He was up before what passed for dawn, a shift in the sky's red from deep crimson to something approaching scarlet, the Hell equivalent of early morning light. He found the kitchen by sound, following the specific chaos of someone cooking with more enthusiasm than skill. Charlie was standing at a stove that had seen better centuries, producing what appeared to be scrambled eggs through a process that involved 3 pans, 7 utensils, and a level of personal investment that was genuinely moving. She was still in her red coat, top hat abandoned on the counter. She was singing to herself, quietly, under her breath, the kind of singing people do when they think they're alone. She stopped when she heard him. Turned. Showed him zero embarrassment about any of it, which he found immediately respectable. You're up early, she said. I'm always up early, he said. Can I help? She looked at the eggs. Looked at him. Made a rapid and probably accurate assessment of their relative culinary skill levels. Please. He took over the eggs. She perched on the counter beside the stove, watching him with the particular quality of attention that he recognized as someone building a picture of their own. The silence between them was comfortable in the way that silences are comfortable when two people are both genuinely okay with not talking. How did you get here? She asked eventually. Not aggressively. Just curious. Carefully curious, with a gentleness underneath it that suggested she knew the answer might be heavy. He told her. Not everything, not the full weight of it, not his mother or Kaken or the way All Might had looked at him in the early days like he was something miraculous and exhausting simultaneously, but the shape of it. Hero. Villain. Rift. 3 million people. The math that only had one answer. She was quiet for a moment after he finished. You died saving people, she said. I died trying to, he said. I don't know if it worked. She was quiet again. Then, it worked. Whatever you did, the rift closed. Your world is still there. She said it with the certainty of someone who had access to information he didn't, and he filed that away too. My father tracks these things. Dimensional events. He told me about the arrival, the green lightning. He didn't know what it was, but the rift was closed. He let that land. He didn't have a name for what he felt in that moment, not relief exactly, because he'd made the choice and grieved it already, but something settled in his chest. A thread tied off. Finished. Thank you, he said. I didn't do anything. You told me. She looked at him with that expression again, the one from the lobby, wonder and something more specific, the recognition of something she'd been waiting for. You're not like anyone who's ever come through the front door, she said. And a lot of people have come through that door. Is that good or bad? I have absolutely no idea, she said honestly, and laughed, and the laugh filled the kitchen with something warm enough that even the poorly assembled eggs seemed more dignified for it. The first major test came in the afternoon, which Izuku spent learning the hotel's layout with the systematic thoroughness of someone mapping a tactical environment. 3 floors of guest rooms, a lobby with attached bar, a kitchen, a basement that Vaggie had told him, without elaboration, not to access alone, and a rooftop terrace that offered the best view of Hell's skyline available at that elevation. He was on the rooftop when they arrived. 3 of them. Flying in from the east, which in Hell meant from the direction of what he'd already learned was the Overlord district, the section of Pentagram City where the 7 reigning Overlords maintained their power, their territories, and their various enterprises built on suffering and control and the specific economics of a place where souls were currency. They landed on the hotel roof with the kind of deliberate showmanship that was supposed to communicate danger before a word was spoken. The one in the center was female, which he registered as factual and immediately irrelevant to his assessment. She was tall, almost his height, with a presence that radiated cold command the way a glacier radiates cold, pervasively, without effort, as a simple consequence of what it was. Pale silver hair, eyes like lit blue-white flame, dressed in aristocratic black and gold that had been engineered specifically to say I am above every room I enter. Behind her, 2 attendants who were clearly muscle wearing the costumes of personal staff. Stella Goetia. He had the name before she introduced herself, because he'd been paying attention at dinner when Vaggie had mentioned names and territories, and Vaggie was the kind of person who gave you information in the specific order of how dangerous it was. Stella had come up second, after Alastair and before everyone else. Estranged wife of Prince Stolas. Currently conducting what the hotel's residents referred to, in lowered voices, as the divorce from actual Hell. Owner of territories in 3 of Hell's rings. Widely considered to be sharper, more politically dangerous, and significantly more ruthless than her ex-husband in every meaningful category. She looked at him the way he'd been looked at by Endeavor once, early in his career, with the specific contempt reserved for things that have arrived in a space they haven't earned yet. So, she said. Her voice was exactly what he'd expected from her appearance, precise, cool, the temperature of marble floors in winter. The new arrival. The one generating all the interesting weather. Midoriya Izuku, he said. He was leaning against the rooftop railing with his arms crossed, and he didn't move. Not because he was performing confidence, but because there was no need to move. You're Stella Goetia. Something crossed her face, surprise, suppressed immediately and professionally, but there. You know who I am. I've been here less than a day and I know who you are, he said. That tells you something about how your reputation works. The 2 attendants shifted. She stilled them with 2 fingers, a gesture so minimal it was almost beautiful. I came to assess the new power signature. Standard protocol when something of this magnitude arrives in the Overlord District's range. I'm not in the Overlord District. You are generating energy that is affecting the Overlord District's ley lines, she said. Which makes your location somewhat academic. He considered her. She was clearly intelligent, the kind of intelligent that operated differently from Alastair's strange genius, more linear and political and devastatingly practical. She'd come personally, which meant she hadn't been able to get what she needed from a proxy. She was assessing him the way a general assesses a potential threat on a field she controls. "What do you want to know?" he asked. That got him a longer pause than he'd expected. She'd been prepared for deflection, for posturing, possibly for an attempted power play. She hadn't been prepared for a direct question offered without any of the usual Hell standard maneuvering. "What are you?" she asked. He looked out at the skyline for a moment. The green lightning that had been resident in his arrival was gone now, absorbed back into the ley lines, but he could feel it, feel the way the city's underlying structure had incorporated his energy the way a river incorporates a tributary, carrying it, shaped by it, changed by it. "I was a hero," he said. "Where I came from. It means, I know what it means," she said, with an edge that surprised him, not the sharp edge of contempt but something more personal. "You devoted yourself to protecting people who didn't ask for it." "They did ask," he said. "Just not always in words." She stared at him. The flame-colored eyes were doing something he couldn't read. "You arrived with the power signature of an overlord," she said finally, "and you're staying in this," a gesture toward the hotel that contained a sentence's worth of aristocratic opinion, establishment. "Why?" He looked at her directly, and he let her see the whole of it, the answer without softener or strategy, the way he'd always operated because calculation had limits and honesty, deployed correctly, could hit harder than any amount of tactical posturing. "Because someone here is trying to do something good," he said. "And I spent my whole life showing up for that." Long silence. Then Stella turned without a word, signaled her attendants, and flew back toward the east. Not hurried, never hurried. But she went. He watched her until she was a shape in the distance, and then a flicker, and then gone. Below him, the hotel's back door opened and closed. He heard Charlie's footsteps on the rooftop stairs. He was already learning her rhythm, and then her voice, half relieved, half awed. "You're still in one piece." She was fine, he said. "Mostly curious." "Stella Goetia is never mostly curious," Charlie said, appearing at the top of the stairs with wide eyes. "She's currently the most dangerous political player in 3 rings. She doesn't make social calls." She wasn't being social, he agreed. "She was taking my measure." And? He thought about the moment her expression had moved, the specific way it had moved when he'd said they asked in ways that weren't words. The thing that had crossed her face, suppressed too fast to name. "She'll be back," he said. "I don't know what for yet." Charlie came to stand beside him at the railing, and they both looked out at the city that was already different for having him in it, the ley lines carrying his greenlit energy through its underground structure like new blood through old veins. "I have a question," Charlie said. "Yeah. The pamphlet thing, when you came in holding it, did you actually believe it? Or was that just the most promising thing you could find in the first hour?" He thought about that seriously, because she deserved a serious answer, because the question underneath the question was, "Do you actually believe in what I'm doing here?" and that question deserved the best thing he could give it. "Both," he said. "And then I met you, and now it's just the first one." She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "Okay," in the tone of someone who has received a piece of information they're going to need time to put somewhere safe. The hell sky above them did something then, a shift, a resonance, the ley lines below the city responding to whatever was happening in his chest with the green lightning current of a possibility taking root. Far across the city, in the deepest chamber of the Overlord district's most ancient structure, something that had been sleeping for a very long time felt that resonance. And stirred. Just slightly. Just enough. Night came, or hell's approximation of it, the sky going from scarlet to something closer to purple-black, the neon signs brightening as the ambient light dropped. The hotel's bar came alive with the specific warm chaos of its regular guests, angel dust playing cards with someone who was either cheating or supernaturally lucky, Husk behind the bar with the resigned competence of a professional who had long since stopped asking questions about his workplace, Nifty somewhere in the walls, cleaning things that probably hadn't needed cleaning before she got to them. Izuku sat at the bar and nursed a drink that Husk had put in front of him without being asked. It was a dark liquid that tasted like coffee and lightning, which seemed appropriate. Vaggie sat 2 stools down. Not talking. Just present, in the specific way of someone who has decided to watch someone else closely enough to make a decision about them. He let her watch. He was thinking about the sleeping thing, the stirring he'd felt through the ley lines, distant but distinct, like a sound heard through a wall. He was thinking about Stella's expression on the rooftop. He was thinking about Alastair's doorframe warning and the way the radio demon had looked at him with those red eyes that calculated everything and volunteered nothing. He was thinking about Charlie, who was currently standing on a chair at the far end of the bar, trying to hang a new sign that said "Believe in yourself" in letters she'd clearly painted herself, slightly unevenly, with what appeared to be genuine joy and approximately 30% of the letters tilted. "You're going to be trouble," Vaggie said, without looking at him. "Probably," he agreed. "Not for us," she said, and it was half question. "No," he said. "Not for you." She looked at him then, that sharp, professional assessment again, the one that didn't take anything on faith because taking things on faith had presumably cost her significantly at some point in her past. Whatever she found this time, it was apparently more than last time, because she gave a single nod and picked up her drink. "Charlie believes everyone can be redeemed," she said. "She's believed it her whole life and nothing has ever stopped her believing it, which is either the bravest thing I've ever seen or the most reckless." "Maybe both," Izuku said. "Maybe." She paused. "She doesn't need to be disappointed again." The warning was clear, and it was real, and he respected it completely because it came from a place of love rather than territory, and love-based warnings from protective people were worth taking seriously in a way that territorial posturing never was. "I understand," he said. The sign went up. Slightly crooked. "Believe in yourself" in Charlie's handmade letters catching the bar's warm light. Outside, in the Hell Night, the city was already telling stories about the crater in the East District and the green lightning in the sky and the new soul at the Hazbin Hotel. The stories were half wrong, as stories always are, but the seed of truth in them was spreading the way seeds spread, not asking permission, not announcing itself. Something was already different about Hell tonight. Something was just beginning to understand that. Izuku Midoriya finished his drink, put the glass down, and watched Charlie step back to look at her sign with her hands on her hips and a smile that had absolutely nothing complicated in it. "Okay," he thought. "I can work with this." Above the city, for just a moment, the sky lit up green. Chapter 2, The King Has No Crown. The morning came with a problem. It arrived in the form of a letter, which Izuku found slipped under his door sometime before the scarlet shift of Hell's dawn. Cream-colored paper, heavy stock, sealed with wax that had been pressed with a sigil he didn't recognize, 7 concentric circles with something at the center that might have been a crown or might have been a wound, depending on how you tilted it. The handwriting was architectural. Every letter built with the precision of someone who had learned to write before printing existed and had never updated the habit. He read it twice standing in his doorway, then took it downstairs. Charlie was already in the kitchen. She took one look at the envelope in his hand, and her expression did something complicated. "That's an Overlord summons," she said. "I gathered." He set it on the counter. "The 7. They want to meet me." "They want to evaluate you," she corrected, filling 2 cups with something that passed for coffee here, darker and stronger than any coffee he'd had alive, with a faint luminescent quality that he'd decided not to examine too closely. "There's a difference. An evaluation in Overlord terms means they decide collectively whether you're a resource, a threat, or something that needs to be removed before it becomes either." "When?" 3 days. She pushed a cup toward him. "That's actually generous. The last time a significant power arrived in Pentagram City unannounced, they gave it 4 hours. He picked up the cup. "What happened to it?" "There is no it anymore," she said, and sipped her coffee with the careful diplomacy of someone who had decided that was sufficient. He looked at the letter again. The 7 signatures at the bottom, each in a different ink color, each carrying a weight that was almost physical, names he'd been accumulating since yesterday, building the picture the way he always built pictures, piece by piece until the shape emerged. The Overlords of Hell. Power structures built on centuries of dominance, on the specific kind of authority that came from making everything around you afraid enough to stay still. "You're going to go," Vaggie said from the doorway. She was dressed, alert, somehow already having assessed the letter from across the room. "Aren't you?" "Yes." "You shouldn't." "Probably not," he agreed pleasantly. She made a sound that was not quite a word and was entirely an emotion. "You've been here one day. Which means I have no established position, no territorial claim, and no demonstrated relationship with any existing power structure," he said. 3 days is enough time to change some of that. Not all. But some. He looked at her. "I've walked into worse rooms underprepared. This is literally hell," she said. "This is the worst room." "Vaggie," Charlie said gently. "I'm not being negative, I'm being accurate." "You're being both," Charlie said, which was also accurate and clearly not the point. She looked at Izuku with that clear-eyed quality she had, the one that didn't perform optimism but genuinely inhabited it, which was a different and more powerful thing. "What do you need for 3 days?" He thought about it. Not long, the shape of what he needed was already forming. "I need to understand the city. Not from a map, I need to walk it. I need to know what the ley lines feel like in different districts because whatever happened when I arrived is still resonating and I want to understand it before someone else explains it to me in a way that serves their agenda." He paused. "And I need to understand the Overlords before I'm in a room with them. Not just their names and territories. How they think. What they're afraid of." Charlie and Vaggie exchanged a look, the kind that long partnerships develop, compressed language in a glance. Then Vaggie uncrossed her arms. "I'll take you through the cannibal district first," she said. "Rosie's territory. She's technically an overlord but she's not the problem. Starting there gives you a baseline before you see the harder territories." "Thank you," he said. She pointed at him. "Don't thank me. Don't do anything that makes me responsible for whatever happens when the other overlords figure out you exist." "Too late for that," Charlie murmured into her coffee. The cannibal district had a specific texture that distinguished it from everything else Izuku had walked through in the eastern quarters the day before. Where the eastern district was loud and chaotic and commercially aggressive, Rosie's territory was theatrical, drama as a structural principle, the architecture leaning into Gothic excess with the commitment of somewhere that had decided to be exactly what it was and see that as a virtue. Bones were a decorative motif. The market stalls sold things he didn't look at directly. The residents moved with a particular unhurried confidence that came from living somewhere nobody else wanted to enter. He walked it with his hands in his pockets and his senses open, feeling the ley lines underfoot the way he was starting to learn to feel them, a kind of deep structural hum, like the vibration of a major chord played on an instrument too large to see. In the eastern district, the lines had felt disrupted, his arrival energy still settling, still being absorbed, the crater's influence radiating outward like ripples. Here, in Rosie's territory, the lines were clean and old and ordered. Whoever she was, she maintained her space with precision. "She won't be at the market," Vaggie said, half a step behind him. She was scanning the district with the professional vigilance of someone for whom threat assessment was as automatic as breathing. "But she'll know we came through." "That's fine," Izuku said. A group of cannibal demons at a market stall watched him pass. He nodded to them. They stared. One of them, an older woman with bone ornaments in her hair and a measuring look that reminded him of Recovery Girl, tilted her head at him with an expression that was more curious than threatening. He stopped. Turned to face her. "Morning," he said. The demons at the stall exchanged glances. The old woman's mouth curved. "Morning, green boy. You're the one making weather." "I didn't mean to." "Most interesting things don't," she said. She looked at him with the assessing quality of a professional, not a fighter's assessment, more like a craftsperson looking at raw material. "You're not afraid." Of this district? Of any of it? She gestured broadly, meaning hell, meaning all of it. Fresh arrivals are always afraid. Even the powerful ones. You walk like you've already decided something. He thought about that. I decided a long time ago that being afraid of something isn't a reason not to walk toward it, he said. If anything, it's usually the reason. She studied him for another moment. Then she laughed, a genuine sound, surprised out of her rather than performed. Rosie will want to meet you, she said. I'll tell her you said that. He nodded and walked on. Behind him, he heard Vaggie say, very quietly, how are you doing that? Doing what? Making everyone you meet decide they like you in under a minute. I'm not trying to make anyone decide anything, he said. I'm just talking to them. That's not how hell works. I know, he said. And then, because it was true and she deserved the truth, that's sort of the point. The ley line fracture was in the 3rd district he walked through, a commercial area in the mid-rings that had no specific overlord patron, which meant it was everyone's territory and therefore effectively no one's. The architecture was chaotic in the way that absence of governance always produces, functional, improvised, constantly contested. Businesses existed in configurations that suggested their owners had more creativity than stability. He felt the fracture before he saw its effects. A wrongness in the deep hum, a place where the ley line's clean resonance broke into something jangled and discordant, like a string on an instrument tuned wrong. He stopped walking. Pressed one foot down with more deliberate attention. There's a fracture here, he said. Vaggie looked at him. What? In the ley line. Something's wrong with the energy flow under this street. He crouched, put his palm flat on the cobblestone, and let the green current in his veins reach downward the way he'd been experimenting with since last night, not forcing it, just extending it like an antenna tuned to a specific frequency. The fracture answered immediately, sending back information in the form of sensation, old damage, something that had happened here and never been repaired, energy hemorrhaging slowly into the rock like a slow bleed. How long has this been broken? He asked. I don't know. Ley lines aren't really anyone's, she paused, and he heard her recalibrating. Why does it matter? Because ley lines are the structural underpinning of hell's power geography, he said, and there are fractures like this one throughout the city. I can feel at least 3 from here. When something disturbs the line significantly, like, say, a dimensional arrival with an unusual energy signature, those fractures act as amplifiers. Whatever's resonating through the lines gets multiplied at the fracture points. He stood up. When I arrived, my energy went through those fractures. It spread further than it would have otherwise. That's why the Overlords felt it as strongly as they did. That's why it read as something bigger than a single soul arriving. Vaggie was quiet for a moment. You figured that out in a day. I had a lot of quiet time last night. Most people would have been having an existential crisis. I had 2 minutes of that, he said. Then I started paying attention. She looked at him, the long, careful look she'd been giving him since yesterday, building her picture the same way he was building his. Then she said something he suspected she didn't say easily or often, okay. I believe you know what you're doing. He smiled. It wasn't a wide smile, just the small honest version. I believe that too. About 40% of the time. She almost smiled back. Caught it at the last second. Turned and kept walking. The problem with the second day was Alaster. Izuku was on the hotel rooftop again, it had become his thinking space, the elevation and the view combining with the ley line access point directly below the hotel's foundation to give him the clearest possible picture of the city's energy landscape. When the radio demon materialized beside him with the specific abruptness that suggested he either had a teleportation ability or had been standing there for a while and Izuku simply hadn't noticed, which he considered less likely but more interesting. You walked Rosie's district this morning, Alaster said. Not a question. I walked several districts. Rosie's assistant sent word. She'd like to have tea with you. He said tea with the intonation of someone who knew the word and its social mechanics but found the concept faintly ridiculous. I told her I'd pass it along. Izuku looked at him. You're managing my social calendar now? I am noting, Alastor said, with the elaborate patience of someone who has decided to be understood on their own terms and no others, that you have generated, in less than 48 hours, more genuine social interest from the independent powers of this city than most entities manage in a century. I find that professionally interesting. What's your professional interest? I am the radio demon, Alastor said, as though this explained everything, which Izuku was beginning to suspect it did, on its own terms, in its own language, if you knew how to translate. Information is currency. Interesting events are the economy. You, dear boy, are currently the most interesting event in Pentagram City. And you want a stake in that. I want to observe it, Alastor said. Whether I want a stake depends entirely on what you intend to do with it. Izuku turned to face him fully. Alastor was taller by a few inches, and the antlers added to the impression of height, but the specific danger of him wasn't in his size or even in the power that radiated off him in that static-charged pressure. It was in his attention, the quality of it, the total and complete focus of a creature that had been paying attention to hell for long enough that it could read everything and miss nothing, directed at him with the full force of genuine curiosity. I want to understand what I am now, Izuku said honestly. I want to understand what this, he held up his hand, let the green run through it, means in terms of what I can actually do here. I want to understand the hotel and what Charlie needs to make it work. And I want to know what woke up when I arrived, because something did, and it's in the deep lines and it's old, and I'd rather know about it before it finishes waking up. The static pressure shifted. Very slightly. Like a frequency adjusting. You felt that, Alastor said, and now the smile was doing something different, sharper, more genuine, the version that appeared when something actually warranted his full engagement. The resonance in the deep lines. 2 days ago. During my first night. I have felt it twice in my time here, Alastor said. The first time was when I arrived. The second was when you did. A pause. It is not something that is discussed openly in hell, because most of the entities with the sensitivity to perceive it prefer not to acknowledge what it implies. What does it imply? That something beneath Pentagram City is very old, very patient, and very interested in power signatures that don't follow the established pattern. Another pause, longer. I have been watching it for 60 years. I have not told anyone. Why are you telling me? Alastor's smile reached its most genuine configuration, which was, paradoxically, its most unsettling one, because genuine in Alastor's case meant something stripped of performance, something that revealed the actual architecture underneath. Because you already know, he said simply. And because if you're going to do something about it, I want to watch. Izuku looked at him for a long moment. Make me a deal, he said. Alastor went very still. Not the performed stillness of someone in control, actual stillness, the kind that happens when a creature wired for motion encounters something that overrides the automatic. His eyes shifted, the red deepening. The static in the air became something textured, dimensional, carrying the weight of a being who trafficked in deals the way others trafficked in currency. That, Alastor said carefully, is not something one says to me casually. I'm not being casual, Izuku said. I'm being direct. You want to watch what I do here. I want access to 60 years of your observations about the deep lines and whatever is sleeping in them. That's a trade. You're the radio demon. Deals are your language. Deals with me are not simple exchanges, Alastor said, with a weight that was the closest he came to a genuine warning. They have history. I'm not asking you to trade anything of yourself, Izuku said. I'm asking you to share information in exchange for front-row access to whatever I'm going to become here. That's not a soul contract. That's a working relationship. The static held. Then Alastor laughed, a real laugh, short and surprised, the sound of a man who has been genuinely caught off guard for the first time in an embarrassingly long while. A working relationship, he repeated, with the quality of someone tasting something unexpected. How remarkably tedious. The smile settled into something new. And yet. He extended his hand. Not the formal gesture of a hell contract, just a handshake, clean and human, almost deliberately mundane. Information for access, he said. Front row, as you say. Izuku shook it. The green in his veins and the static in Alastor's flared simultaneously at the contact point, not painfully, just acknowledging each other, two very old and very different kinds of power doing the energetic equivalent of a nod. Well, Alastor said, looking at their hands with the expression of someone making notes. That is new. Stella came back on the second evening. She didn't use the front door. She arrived on the rooftop, again, which told him the rooftop was going to be a recurring venue whether he intended it or not, and this time she came alone. No attendants. She was dressed down by her standards, which still meant she was dressed better than everyone in the building combined, but the absence of the formal architectural precision of yesterday suggested this wasn't an official visit. He was doing something he'd been practicing for most of the afternoon, connecting deliberately with the ley line that ran under the hotel's foundation, running his green current through it in controlled pulses, learning the city's energy map from the inside the way a doctor learns anatomy from the inside. He had his eyes open, but his attention was split, half on the skyline, half on the deep structural hum. He became aware of Stella the same way he'd become aware of the ley line fractures, as something that registered differently from its surroundings. You're working with the ley line, she said. Not impressed, exactly. More like, precise. Naming what she saw with the accuracy of someone who understood what she was seeing. Learning it, he said. Most overlords don't bother. They establish territory and let the lines carry their influence passively. She came to stand at the railing, a few feet away, looking out over the city with an expression that was doing its best to be neutral and succeeding about 60% of the way. You're mapping it actively. Why? Because passive is someone else's advantage, he said. I'd rather understand the ground I'm standing on. She was quiet. Then, you're not planning to claim territory in the Overlord district. No. The summons. I'll attend. I'm not going to claim territory. He glanced at her. Does that surprise you? Everything about you surprises me, she said, with a frankness that seemed to surprise even her, a brief involuntary honesty, the kind that slips out when someone has been having an internal argument and one side wins unexpectedly. She recovered quickly, her composure resettling like a carefully arranged garment. What are you planning to do with the power you have? Help Charlie's project work. A pause. That's it. The disbelief in her voice was genuine. That's the foundation, he said. What gets built on top of it, I don't know yet. I haven't been here long enough to know what hell actually needs. Hell doesn't need anything, she said. Hell is self-sustaining. Hell is eternal. Hell doesn't need a hero from another dimension to tell me about the people in the 3rd district, he said. The commercial district with no overlord patron. She stopped. The ones who live there, he said. Not the business owners. The regular souls. What happens to them when the territories contest over that space? What happens to the ones who can't afford protection from anyone with enough power to offer it? Silence. Long enough to be significant. You know what happens, he said, not unkindly. Her jaw was tight. The flame-blue eyes were doing something complex. He recognized the expression, not from hell, but from the world he'd come from people who had built walls of competence and control and cold authority around something that still, despite everything, registered injustice. Endeavor had worn that expression. Several of his classmates had worn it at various points in their training. The expression of someone whose intelligence makes them aware of a problem their emotional defenses won't let them admit caring about. You came back here to say something specific, he said. Not to ask about my plans again. Another pause. Then, the Overlord meeting in 3 days, Zestial will attempt to establish the framing before you arrive. He's the oldest of the 7 and he controls the agenda by default. If you enter without having already shifted that framing, you'll spend the entire meeting responding to the picture he's drawn of you instead of drawing your own. He looked at her fully. Why are you telling me that? I'm telling you, she said carefully, each word placed with precision, because the existing Overlord structure is calcified and useless and serves no one except the 7 people currently in it, and a significant disruption to it interests me politically. She met his eyes. Not because I have any particular investment in your survival or your project or your hotel. Of course, he said. I mean it. I believe you mean it right now, he said, in the same way I mean it when I tell myself I'm only analyzing a situation strategically and there's nothing personal about it. She stared at him. He held the look without flinching, without smiling, without any of the social softeners that might have made it easier for her to dismiss. Just honest and direct and patient, the way he'd been honest and direct and patient with every person who'd ever built walls he needed to see over. Stella turned and looked at the city. When she spoke again, her voice was slightly different, still composed, still precise, but the temperature had shifted a fraction of a degree. Zestial will say you arrived without invitation, without lineage, and without established right to the power you carry. That framing positions you as an interloper subject to the Overlord's collective judgment. And the counterframing? That you arrived with a power signature that rewrote the ley line map of 3 districts in 6 hours, she said. That is not the arrival of an interloper. That is the arrival of a claim. He thought about that. You're saying I walk in as though the question isn't whether I have standing. I walk in as though the question is whether they have standing to evaluate me. I'm saying, she said, that in hell, the person who defines the room wins the room. Every time. He nodded slowly. Thank you. Don't, she said, with a sharpness that was too quick to be entirely dispassionate. I told you. Political interest. Political interest, he agreed, and let her have it. She left the way she'd come, not quickly, never quickly, with the unhurried certainty of someone who moved at exactly the pace she chose. But at the top of the rooftop access stairs, she paused for just a second, and he had the impression of something being thought through and then set aside for later. Then she was gone. He turned back to the skyline. Charlie's voice came from the stairs almost immediately. She'd been below, close enough to hear the departure, and she appeared at the top with an expression that was mostly bewildered and slightly alarmed. Was that Stella Goetia? Yes. She was here voluntarily. Again. She was. She doesn't do that. She doesn't come to places voluntarily. She sends. Charlie stopped. Restarted. What did she want? She gave me tactical advice for the Overlord meeting, he said. Charlie stared at him for a long moment. Then she said, in the tone of someone setting down a very heavy object, okay. Sure. That's fine. She paused. Why? Political interest, he said. Her words. Right, Charlie said, in the tone of someone who did not believe those 2 words were the complete answer but had decided to file the question for later. She came to stand beside him, and they both looked at the city in comfortable silence for a moment. Then, quietly, the meeting in 3 days. Are you scared? A little, he said. Good, she said, with the specific conviction of someone who has thought about this. The things worth doing are always a little scary. That's how you know they matter. He looked at her sideways. She was looking at the city with her chin lifted, the neon light of hell painting her in shades of red and gold, absolutely certain of what she just said in the way that only genuinely brave people can be, not the absence of fear, but the decision to proceed in its presence. He thought about his mother saying something similar, years ago, when he'd been 9 years old and sitting on the floor watching All Might for the 100th time. Yeah, he said quietly. That's right. The 3rd day was the day he understood what he was. It happened in the morning, on the hotel's rooftop again. He was going to need to find more thinking spaces. He was clearly a creature of habit even in death, when he pressed both palms flat on the roof and pushed. Not physically. Through the ley line. He'd been building toward this for 2 days, mapping, probing, understanding the current. He'd felt the fractures, felt the resonance of his arrival still moving through the lines, felt the sleeping deep thing in its ancient chamber beneath the city. He'd felt the 7 Overlords' territories as distinct signatures, dense and old and shaped by intention, the way long-inhabited spaces take on the character of their inhabitants. Now he pushed outward deliberately. Not force, more like sound, like broadcast. The green current flowing down through the hotel's foundation, into the ley line beneath, and then out through the line's network with the specific quality of his presence. I am here. This is what I am. I am not claiming territory. I am establishing signal. Hell heard it. He felt it here. Every Overlord territory registering the pulse. The cannibal district's clean old lines carrying it with something like welcome. The deeper, darker territories absorbing it with wariness. And far below, in the deep structural bones of the city, the sleeping thing turning over fully in the way a sleeper turns when a sound penetrates their dream. Fully awake now. Not emergent, not yet. But aware. Aware specifically of him. He opened his eyes. Alastor was on the roof. He'd been there the whole time. Izuku had been aware of him peripherally, the static presence at the edge of his attention. The radio demon was watching him with an expression that had shed most of its performed elements, which was a rare enough occurrence that it meant something significant. You just broadcast your signature through the entire ley line network, Alastor said. Yes. Every entity in Pentagram City with sensitivity above a certain threshold felt that. Yes. That includes the 7 Overlords you're meeting tomorrow. Yes. Izuku stood up. His hands were still glowing, the green brighter than usual, running all the way to his elbows now. I want them to know what they're meeting before they meet it. Zestial's going to try to frame me as an unknown quantity. I'm removing the unknown. Alastor was quiet for a moment with the quality of someone recalculating significantly. What you just broadcast, he said carefully, was not the signature of a soul that arrived in hell 48 hours ago. No. It was the signature of an overlord. Not exactly, Izuku said. It was the signature of what I actually am, which is something hell doesn't have a category for yet. He looked at his hands, at the green light running through them. I spent 2 days trying to understand what the power became when I arrived here. I think I understand it now. Tell me. In my world, my power was a quirk, a superhuman ability that lived in my body. Physical. Activatable. Here, that energy integrated with my soul instead of my body. It became fundamental. Not something I do. Something I am. He looked up. I'm not an overlord in the way the 7 are. Their power is territorial. It's based on control, control of space, control of souls, control of narrative. He paused. Mine is based on something else. What? He thought about 8 predecessors. About All Might. About every person who had ever carried this power and chosen to point it toward others rather than themselves. Will, he said. The accumulated will of people who chose to be something more than they were. He looked at Alastor. That's not territorial. You can't map it. You can't counter it with control. The static pressure in the air had reached a new intensity. Alastor's expression was the most exposed he'd seen it, genuine, unperformed engagement, the face of someone encountering something that has placed itself entirely outside the parameters of their existing model. The Overlords tomorrow, Alastor said slowly. They will not know what to do with that. No, Izuku agreed. They won't. A pause. Front row, Alastor said, with the satisfaction of someone whose investment has been definitively validated. Front row, Izuku confirmed. Charlie found him in the afternoon, in the library on the second floor, where he was reading everything he could find about Hell's historical power shifts. There was more material here than he'd expected, which told him something interesting about what the hotel's founder had prioritized when building the collection. She sat across from him and put a folder on the table between them. He looked at it without opening it. "The Redemption Project," she said. "The actual mechanics of it. I've been working on it for years and I keep hitting the same walls. The Overlords won't cooperate because it's not in their interest, Heaven won't acknowledge the possibility, and most of the souls here don't believe it's real." She pushed the folder toward him. "I thought you should see it. Because if you're going to be here, if you're going to do what I think you're planning to do, I want it to be for this. Not just because you're powerful. Because you actually believe in it." He opened the folder. It was detailed, thorough, and showed years of real work, frameworks, proposals, evidence of attempted negotiations, rejections documented with a precise heartbreak that she'd clearly tried to be clinical about and hadn't entirely succeeded. He read through it carefully, the way he'd always read training materials, not passively, but actively, his mind running alongside the text and generating responses. She watched him read. When he looked up, her expression was carefully neutral in the way of someone bracing. "This works," he said. Her neutrality cracked. "What?" "The framework. The core theory." He put his hand flat on the folder. "You're trying to prove that souls can be redeemed through genuine change, through actual behavioral and characterological growth, not through performing goodness for an external judge." "That's correct. That's how it would have to work if it works at all." He paused. "The problem isn't the theory. It's the infrastructure." She leaned forward. "Go on. You're trying to do this through the hotel alone, which puts it entirely within Hell's existing power structure where the Overlords can dismiss it and Heaven can ignore it. You need the ley lines." He looked at her. "The ley lines are the actual infrastructure of soul processing in Hell. If you can route redemptive change through the lines, give it structural acknowledgement at the level of Hell's foundational architecture, Heaven can't ignore it because it becomes part of the dimensional record." She was staring at him. "I never thought about the ley lines." "Nobody manages them actively," he said. "They're treated as a natural resource. Like gravity. Nobody thinks about changing how gravity works because it's always been there." He looked at his hands. "But I changed the ley line map of 3 districts in 6 hours when I arrived. Not intentionally. Imagine what could happen intentionally." Charlie was quiet for a long time. The expression on her face was something he needed a new word for. It was beyond excited, it was the specific quality of a person who has spent years building something in the dark and just felt someone hand them a light. "You could do that?" she whispered. "You could actually do that?" "I don't know yet," he said honestly. "I've been here 3 days. But I think that's what the power is for. Here. In this world." He held her gaze. "That's what it feels like." She covered her mouth with both hands. Her eyes were bright. "Don't cry," he said quickly, because he was absolutely certain that if she cried he was going to have a problem maintaining his own composure and he had an Overlord meeting tomorrow that required him to be approximately 100% composed. She laughed instead, the surprised kind, bright and genuine. "I'm not crying. She lowered her hands. Her smile was enormous. "I'm really, really glad you fell out of the sky into my city." "Your city," he repeated, amused. "Technically Dad's city. But," she waved a hand, "you know what I mean." He did. He understood exactly what she meant, because this city, this broken beautiful impossible city where someone is trying to build hope in the infrastructure of despair, he understood that feeling of ownership that comes not from power but from love and labor and refusal to quit. "Tomorrow," she said, "when you walk into that meeting, whatever happens, I'll be fine. I know you will." She said it with absolute certainty. "I just want you to know that whatever you decide in there, whatever kind of overlord you are or aren't, what you are here," she paused, choosing the word with care. What you are here is necessary. And I mean that in the deepest possible way. He didn't have an answer for that wasn't too much. He nodded instead, and she accepted the nod the way she accepted most things, with grace and without pushing. Outside the library window, Hell's sky had gone full scarlet for evening, and the green light was faint in the ley lines but present, spread now through the city like a signature written in water, invisible from the surface, fundamental below it. Tomorrow. He closed the folder, looked at the city through the window, and let himself feel the weight of what was coming, not with dread, but with the specific aliveness that had always preceded the things that mattered most. Tomorrow, he thought. I walk into the room and I am exactly what I am and I let them decide what to do with that. He'd done it in every room that had ever tried to define him. One more. Chapter 3, Fire and Fractures. The Overlord district looked like money that had forgotten what it was for. Izuku walked through it with his hands loose at his sides, registering everything, the architecture scaled for intimidation rather than habitation, the streets kept deliberately clean in the way that powerful places keep things clean, not because they care about cleanliness but because the absence of disorder is its own message. The demons who moved through this district moved differently than the ones in Rosie's territory or the fractured commercial district. Faster. More directional. Everyone here had a destination and a reason and the specific eyes of people who understood that loitering in the wrong place had consequences. He was early. Deliberately early, for the reason Stella had given him 2 nights ago on the rooftop, the person who defines the room wins the room. Arriving early meant he got to exist in the space before the agenda was set, which meant when Zestial and the others arrived, they'd be entering a room he was already in rather than the other way around. Alastair had offered to accompany him, in the manner of someone making a suggestion they expected to be declined and found it professionally interesting when it wasn't. He was walking 2 steps to Izuku's left now, his cane tapping a rhythm on the clean cobblestones, his smile at its most socially pleasant configuration. Several of the district's residents noticed the radio demon and moved accordingly. Several of them then noticed Izuku, registered the green luminescence, and made the calculation that whatever this was, it was not their business. The meeting room is the 3rd floor of Zestial's tower, Alastair said conversationally. The seating arrangement will have Zestial at the far end. He will have positioned the chair assigned to you closest to the door. Symbolism. Practical symbolism. Closest to the door means first to leave, which in Overlord meeting language means least committed to the room's authority. He'll expect you to take it. I won't take it. Obviously. A pause. Where will you sit? Wherever I feel like, Izuku said, which made Alastair laugh his short, genuine laugh for the 2nd time in their acquaintance. Zestial's tower was old, genuinely, cosmologically old, the kind of old that pressed on you when you stood close to it, the building's age communicating itself through some sense that wasn't quite physical. It was built from stone that had no analog in any architecture Izuku had ever studied, tall and narrow and absolutely certain of itself, with no ornamentation and no concession to anything as provincial as aesthetic consideration. It was a tower that existed to be a tower, and it had been doing that for so long that the purpose had calcified into identity. The doors opened before he reached them. A demon attendant, smooth-faced, professionally blank, the expression of someone whose entire job was to communicate information without conveying opinion, looked at him. Then at Alastair. Mr. Alastair is not on the invitation, the attendant said. No, Alastair agreed pleasantly. I'm here as an observer. I have Mr. Midoriya's permission. The attendant looked at Izuku. He's with me, Izuku said simply. The attendant's professional blankness flickered. Someone accompanying an invitee to an Overlord meeting was not an established category. The established categories were, invited, not invited, and dead. He was standing at the intersection of 2 categories simultaneously, which the attendant's training had not prepared for. The doors opened wider. The 3rd floor was large and low-ceilinged, which created the opposite of what high ceilings did. Instead of making inhabitants feel small through height, the low ceiling pressed downward, making everyone in the room feel the weight of what was above them. deliberate. A room designed to make its occupants aware of pressure. The table was long, dark, and extremely old, its surface carrying the same age pressure as the tower's exterior. 6 chairs on either side, one at the far end. The chair nearest the door was empty. Izuku walked past it without looking at it. He walked the length of the room and sat in the chair at the far end. Alastair, to his credit, made absolutely no sound, but Izuku could feel the profound satisfaction radiating off him like heat. The other overlords arrived over the next 15 minutes. He watched them come in and he read them the same way he'd always read opponents and allies and everyone in between, not with preconceptions but with attention, the kind that went deeper than surface and looked for the architecture underneath. Zestial came first, which told him something about how Zestial operated. The oldest of the 7 moved with a slowness that communicated absolute confidence, every motion a demonstration of someone who had never needed to hurry in their very long existence. He was enormous, arachnid in his secondary anatomy, ancient in a way that had its own specific gravity. His eyes found the far end of the table immediately, and for one brief moment, something passed through them that wasn't quite readable. Then his expression settled and he took the chair nearest the door without acknowledging the shift in the room's dynamic, which was itself a demonstration of control. The others came in various configurations of power and personality. Carmilla Carmine, refined and watchful, with the eyes of someone who has survived long enough that their default mode is strategic patience. Vox, crackling with screen static energy and an aggressiveness that presented itself as confidence and was about 60% genuine. Valentino, theatrical and volatile, wearing his cruelty the way some people wore jewelry, decoratively and with pride. 2 others he catalogued quickly, a massive, silent entity named Malphas who communicated through presence alone, and a smaller, quicker demon named Paimon who had the specific restlessness of someone who thought faster than the room. They arranged themselves around the table. Every seat between Zestial and Izuku was filled. Every occupant looked at Izuku from the position Zestial had designed for them, looking down the table's length at someone who should have been nearest the door, at someone who had quietly taken the most significant seat in the room, and who was sitting in it with the specific calm of someone who had chosen it not as a power move but simply because it was the most sensible place to understand the full room. The difference between a power move and a practical choice was, Izuku had learned a long time ago, entirely visible to the people reading you. Power moves announced themselves. Practical choices sat quietly and let the room figure out what they meant. Midoriya Izuku, Zestial said. His voice was something felt more than heard, a deep subsonic quality, like the building speaking. You have arrived in our city without invitation, without lineage, without established connection to Hell's power structure. He paused. You sit in my chair. Your chair is nearest the door, Izuku said. The seat at the head of the table was empty. I prefer to see the whole room. Silence. You arrived 2 days ago, Vox said, the screen static in his voice carrying an edge. You've been in hell for 72 hours and you're sitting at the head of Zestial's table. I'm sitting at one end of a table, Izuku said. Zestial is sitting at the other end. That makes it both our table, which seems accurate for a meeting that's supposed to be a conversation rather than a tribunal. Valentino laughed, a sharp, surprised sound, more honest than anything else about him. Vox's screen flickered with irritation. Zestial watched Izuku with the unreadable patience of something that had outlasted most of the concepts in the room. You carry an unusual power, Carmilla said. Her voice was measured, each word deliberate, the quality of someone who speaks infrequently and means everything they say. We felt it through the lines. Yes. What is it? Something from the world I came from, he said. A power built from will. 8 people's worth of accumulated determination and life force, integrated into my soul when I arrived. He looked at her directly. It's not a hell power. It doesn't operate by hell's rules. That's probably what concerns most of you more than the magnitude. Unknown vectors are by definition concerning, Carmilla said. Not aggressively. Just precisely. I understand that. He looked around the table. I'm not here to claim territory. I'm not here to challenge any of your established holdings. I'm staying at the Hazbin Hotel because Charlie Morningstar's project is real and I think it can work and I want to help it work. He paused. That's my position. That's what I am here. Everything else is secondary to that. The Princess's Hotel, Zestial said, with a weight of meaning that wasn't quite contempt but was working in that direction. You've aligned yourself with an enterprise that every entity of significance in this city has already evaluated and dismissed. They evaluated it with the existing infrastructure, Izuku said. The infrastructure is about to change. The room processed that. Bold claim, Vox said, for someone 72 hours old. I rewrote the ley line map of 3 districts in my first 6 hours here, Izuku said, in the tone of someone stating a fact rather than making an argument. I wasn't trying to. I was just arriving. He let that sit for a moment. I'm trying now. The pressure in the room shifted. He felt it through the chair, through the floor, through the ley line under the tower's foundation, which was one of the oldest and strongest in the city. The 7 overlords were all connected to the lines through their territories, and the lines were conducting his presence to all of them simultaneously, not as a signal now but as a reality. This is what is sitting at your table, this is what it feels like, make your decision with that information. Zestial spoke carefully. You understand that we do not extend accommodation to arrivals without demonstrated right. I understand that, Izuku said. I'm not asking for accommodation. I'm introducing myself. He looked at the oldest overlord across the table's length, ancient eyes meeting ancient eyes across a gap of understanding that was significant and probably useful. I'll be in this city. I'll be at the hotel. What you decide about that is up to you. He stood up. Thank you for the meeting, he said, meaning it, and walked toward the door. Nobody stopped him. He was in the corridor, then the stairwell, then the tower's ground floor before Alastor fell into step beside him, and the radio demon's silence had a quality that was the nearest equivalent to impressed he'd ever heard from someone trying not to be. They were back on the street before Alastor said, You told the 7 most powerful entities in hell what you intended to do, declined to negotiate, and then left. Yes. In the history of Overlord meetings, that has never happened. How do you know? Because I've attended 43 of them and I have second-hand accounts of 60 more. A pause. They will either respect that enormously or respond to it violently. Which do you think? Alastor tilted his head. Zestial will wait and watch. Carmilla will do the same. Malphas communicates exclusively through violence and will likely send something physical within the week. Vox will attempt a digital countermeasure. Valentino is unpredictable on his best day. He paused. And Paimon will try to make a deal with you before any of them act. That's 5. The 6th and 7th seats, Alastor said, were empty. Izuku stopped walking. He turned. 2 empty seats. Yes. Who holds them? A pause with texture. One is Stella Goetia, Alastor said. She declined the meeting. Officially ill. The other, he stopped. Chose his words. The other seat hasn't been formally claimed in centuries. It's held by tradition for the possibility of an 8th overlord. There have been attempts to claim it. None successful. The green in Izuku's veins pulsed once. He felt the ley line under the street resonate with it, a single clean tone in the deep hum. The seat nearest the door, he said slowly. The one Zestial set for me. Alastor's smile reached its most genuinely sharp configuration. Was not the guest seat, he said. It was the 8th seat. The implications spread through his mind like ripples in still water. He was testing whether I'd sit in it or refuse it, Izuku said. He was measuring whether you understood what it was, Alastor corrected. Refusing it would have meant you understood the room and were declining the implicit claim. Taking it would have meant you didn't understand or didn't care about the political implications. A pause. You took the head of the table instead, which communicated something entirely outside the binary he'd constructed. What did it communicate? That you don't operate within his binary, Alastor said simply. Which is, I suspect, the most honest thing anyone has communicated to him in several centuries. The attack came 3 hours later. Izuku was back at the hotel, in the ground floor common area, eating something that Angel Dust had cooked with more success than Charlie typically managed and less enthusiasm than the recipe technically warranted, when the front wall of the building developed a structural problem. Specifically, something extremely large hit it from the outside. The impact resonated through the building like a struck bell, everyone in the common room going immediately still, the specific human-adjacent pause of creatures registering a threat before the threat resolves itself into clarity. Then the front door came off its hinges in the direction of inward, and through the resulting aperture came 3 demons that made the four-armed one from his crater look like a moderately challenging warm-up. They were big, not Malfa's scale, but closing on it. Broad, armored in the natural growth way of creatures whose bodies had adapted to combat over centuries, with the specific mindlessness in their eyes that distinguished creatures used as weapons from creatures who decided to be here. Behind them, barely visible through the doorway, a fourth figure that was smaller and faster, giving orders in a language that buzzed at the edge of comprehension. Izuku put down his food. "Get back," he said to the room, in the quiet voice that didn't need to be loud because it had the specific quality of being completely meant. The room emptied fast, Angel Dust moving with surprising speed for someone who performed constant casualness, Husk vaulting the bar with the instinct of someone who had survived long enough to develop excellent threat response instincts. Charlie appeared at the top of the main staircase and read the room in under a second. "Izuku, stay there," he said, and moved toward the 3 demons without breaking stride. The first one swung at him. He ducked under it, old muscle memory, the kind built from 10,000 repetitions, the body remembering even if the body was technically different now, and redirected the force upward, using the demon's own momentum to send it into the ceiling with enough green-lit impact to leave a Izuku-shaped hole in the plasterwork and a demon-shaped problem in the chandeliers. The second one was faster. It caught him across the ribs with a strike that would have broken a human. The impact rattled through him, and the green lit up immediately, not in his hands this time but across his whole body, a reactive pulse, one for all's defensive response activating at the soul level the same way it had always activated at the physical one. He felt the pain, registered it, set it aside, and hit back. What came out wasn't a punch exactly. It was a pulse, a concentrated burst of green-lit will, the same energy he'd been running through the ley lines, focused and directed through contact. The second demon went backward through the wall on the left side of the door, creating a second doorway. The third one stopped. It looked at him. It looked at the wall. It looked at the ceiling where its companion was having a difficult relationship with the chandelier. Something in its expression, beneath the weapon-made blankness, registered a calculation. Izuku looked at it steadily. "You don't want to be here," he said. "Someone sent you. They didn't tell you what you were going to find. That's not your fault." He paused. "Walk away." The demon looked at him for another moment. Then it turned and walked out of the new doorway. The small fast figure outside had gone. He'd felt it leave about 30 seconds ago, when the second demon went through the wall, threat assessment completed, data acquired, report to deliver. Malfa's. He'd said within the week, Alastor's timeline had been optimistic by several days. He turned around. Charlie was at the bottom of the stairs now, having come down despite being told not to, which he was already cataloging as a characteristic pattern. She was looking at the 2 new doorways in her hotel walls with an expression that was managing to contain several strong emotions simultaneously with impressive composure. "My wall," she said, in a very controlled voice. "2 walls, technically," he said. "I'll fix them." "You'll, how are you going to fix a structural wall in hell?" He looked at the damage. Looked at the ley line under the floor, visible to him now the way a current is visible through clear water. The green in his hands ran warm. "Carefully," he said, and pressed both palms against the damaged left wall. What happened over the next 20 minutes was neither construction nor magic in any category that hell had a word for. He ran his green current through the building's foundations, and the building responded the way the ley lines had responded, absorbing the energy, carrying it through its structure, the damaged sections drawing it to the points of stress and using it the way a body uses resources to heal. Slowly, with a sound like stone making decisions, the wall reformed. Not quite the same as before. Better, denser, the material knit together at a deeper level, with the faint luminescence of his energy still present in the repaired sections. From the outside, the hotel's facade had changed. Where the damage had been, there was now something slightly different, the wall's new material catching hell's ambient light differently, with a faint green undertone that was subtle and specific and unambiguous. He stepped back. Charlie was standing behind him. She had both hands pressed over her mouth and her eyes were doing the bright thing again. "Stop," he said preemptively. She lowered her hands. "I wasn't going to, you were." "The wall is beautiful," she said, instead of whatever she'd been about to say. It has your color in it now." He looked at it. She was right. The hotel had a piece of him in its walls now, not symbolically, but literally, his energy integrated into its structure, the green light a permanent thread in its fabric. He turned around to find not just Charlie but most of the hotel's residents ranged behind him in the common room, watching. Angel Dust with arms crossed and an expression that was working hard to be unimpressed and landing somewhere in the vicinity of involuntarily respectful. Nifty vibrating with an excitement that was slightly alarming in its intensity. Husk looking at the walls with a professional evaluation that ended in a nod. And Vaggie, who was looking at him with an expression he finally had a word for. Trust. Not complete, not unconditional. But real. The kind earned by watching someone act rather than waiting for them to explain themselves. "The door," Vaggie said. "You also need to fix the door." "I know," he said. "Just making sure you're aware." "I appreciate that." Stella arrived in the aftermath, which was either extraordinary timing or suggested she'd been monitoring the hotel's status through some means he hadn't identified yet. He was on the rooftop, his thinking space again. He really needed more of them, with his shirt off because the ribs the second demon had caught were still lit with green healing energy, and removing unnecessary constriction while the soul equivalent of his body processed damage was instinctively sensible. He heard her stop at the top of the rooftop stairs. He didn't turn around. He was looking at the city, feeling the ley lines, the green current moving through his torso in slow pulses around the impact site. The damage was less than it would have been on a human. The soul body was more resilient, and One for All's integration gave him a passive defensive threshold that apparently carried over from the physical world. But the strike had been real and the healing took time. "You should have deflected that," she said, from behind him. He turned. She was standing at the top of the stairs in dark traveling clothes, a departure from her usual formal architecture, and her expression was doing the thing he was learning to recognize, composed surface, more underneath, the layers visible to anyone paying close enough attention. "I did deflect it," he said. "I just deflected it with my ribs instead of my hands." That's not what deflect means. Tactically, if absorbing an impact means the enemy's arm is now broken, it's a deflection in the broader sense. She looked at his side. At the green luminescence mapping the impact site. Something in her expression contracted briefly, not quite a wince, too controlled for that. Something adjacent to it. "How bad?" she said. "Structural." "Nothing." "Residual?" 2 hours. He looked at her. "Why are you here?" She came to stand at the railing, not close to him but not distant either, the specific neutral distance of someone who hasn't decided yet. "I heard about the attack. The composition of the attacker suggests malphas." "That's what I thought too." "He tests," she said. "He doesn't make social calls or political maneuvers. He tests. And he doesn't send a full strike team on a first test." She looked at the city. "Those 3 were a probe." "I know. The actual strike, if he decides you're worth the effort, will be significantly larger. She paused. And probably coordinated with Vox, who will use it as an opportunity to gather data. He looked at her. You're giving me tactical information again. Political information, she said, with a precision that was starting to feel like a verbal habit, a specific correction she made repeatedly that was about more than the words themselves. Why does the distinction matter to you? He asked. A pause. Not a calculating pause, a genuine one, the kind where someone is actually deciding how honest to be. He'd learned her pauses in 3 meetings. This one was real. Because tactical information would mean I care what happens to you, she said, each word placed with the care of someone walking a precise line. Political information means I care what happens to the balance of power in this city. And you only care about the latter. Yes. Okay, he said. She looked at him. The flame-blue eyes were sharp with the specific frustration of someone who expected to be challenged and isn't, which is somehow more unsettling than being challenged. You're not going to argue with that. You told me the truth, he said. People tell me the truth in the way they're ready to tell it. I'm not going to push on it. Silence. The city below them moved in its nighttime rhythms, and the ley lines carried the day's events through their network, the attack, the repair, the green light in the hotel's walls. The 7 overlords would all feel that through their territory connections. What they made of it was their business. The hotel's wall, Stella said. You repaired it. Yes. With your own energy. Yes. Do you understand what that means here? She said it carefully, like someone flagging a piece of information they're unsure the other party has processed correctly. In Hell, when an entity integrates their power into a structure, the structure becomes part of their spiritual domain. You've marked this building. He hadn't known that specifically. He'd done it instinctively, the same way he'd done most things since arriving, following the logic of the power rather than a rulebook. He was quiet for a moment, thinking through the implications. So the hotel is now, under your protection, she said. In terms that Hell's power structure will recognize. Any attack on this building is now an attack on you specifically. She looked at him. It's a declaration. I meant it as a repair, he said. It's both. A pause that had something complicated in it. It was either very smart or very impulsive. Honestly, it was the second one, he said, but I'd have done it anyway if I'd known. Something moved in her expression, involuntary, suppressed fast, but there. He was getting better at reading the things she suppressed. Of course you would have, she said, and it wasn't quite sarcastic. It was, something else, something that lived at the border between sarcasm and a feeling she hadn't named yet. He looked at her. She was looking at the city. The cool precision of her profile in Hell's night light, the flame-colored eyes tracking the distant glow of the Overlord district. What happened in the meeting? She asked. She'd skipped it, which he now understood had been a choice with layers to it. He told her. Briefly, efficiently, the chair, Zestial's framing, his response, leaving early. She listened without comment. When he finished, she was quiet for a long time. The 8th seat, she said. Yes. Zestial offered it to you. Obliquely. Zestial doesn't do anything obliquely, she said. If he put the 8th seat where your assigned chair should have been, it was a direct offer with deniable wrapping. She turned to look at him fully. Why didn't you take it? Because the 8th seat is a leash with good aesthetics, he said. If I sit in it, I'm inside the structure. I operate by their rules. My power becomes a resource they can position and use. He shook his head. I'm more useful outside it. She stared at him for a long moment. You just described the exact calculation I made 12 years ago, she said. He waited. When Stolas and I, she stopped. Started again, with the precision of someone handling something fragile. The Goetia structure. The royal tier. There are ways to hold power within it and ways to hold power despite it. Most people try for the former because it's visible and recognized. The latter is harder. Her voice was still controlled, still measured, but there was something underneath it now that had found its way to the surface. Most people who try the latter lose. Did you? He asked. I haven't lost yet, she said. The distinction mattered to her, not no, but not yet, which was more honest and also showed him something about what she was still fighting. You won't, he said. She looked at him. You don't know that. No, he agreed. But I know that someone who understood that calculation 12 years ago and is still standing hasn't been losing. They've been surviving, which is different, and harder, and takes more intelligence. He paused. That's not tactical information. That's just what's true. The night held for a moment between them. Then Stella did something he hadn't seen from her yet. She laughed, not a sharp surprised laugh like Valentino's, not Charlie's warm burst. A quiet, brief, almost private sound, as though she'd intended to keep it and it had gotten out anyway. Her hand went to her mouth for a half-second, a gesture so human and unguarded that it rewrote everything he thought he understood about her general armor. She dropped her hand and looked at the city. Your ribs, she said, back to measured precision, the armor resettled. The green should be fading toward the edges by now if the integration rate is similar to other soul-level damage. It is, he said, surprised. How do you know that? I studied Goetia biology for 20 years of a marriage I needed to understand better than my husband understood it, she said flatly. Soul-level injury mechanics are adjacent to that research. She pushed off the railing. Rest. Malphas moves in patterns of 3. You have approximately 4 days before the second probe. She walked toward the stairs. He turned. Stella. She paused without turning. The next time you feel like calling this tactical information, he said, you don't have to. A long pause. She walked down the stairs. He listened to her go, and then to the night city, and to the green-lit hotel below him with its repaired walls carrying a thread of his presence in their deepest material, and he thought about patterns of 3 and second probes and a woman who had spent 12 years holding power despite a structure that would have preferred she held it within one, and he thought that hell was full of people doing exactly what Charlie believed they could do, growing, adapting, becoming something different from what the structure expected. He just had to help them find out that was happening. The next morning arrived with Paimon. Izuku opened his door at 7 by the hotel's clock to find a small, quicksilver-eyed demon sitting cross-legged on the corridor floor outside his room with the specific patience of someone who had been waiting long enough to demonstrate they could wait indefinitely but was hoping they wouldn't have to. Midoriya Izuku, Paimon said, standing in one fluid motion. I want to make a deal. Izuku looked at him. Come downstairs. I can conduct the deal here, come downstairs, Izuku said again, not unkindly. Charlie makes terrible coffee and there's nothing in hell that's going to stop her from making it for company, so we're going to go downstairs and drink it and you're going to tell me what you actually want. Paimon looked at him for a moment with the expression of someone recalibrating their expectations in real time. Then he followed. Charlie did make coffee. It was technically coffee in the way that a sketch is technically a portrait. She made it with genuine enthusiasm and presented it to Paimon with a brightness that was so purely warm it was nearly impossible to be unmoved by it, and Paimon received it with the expression of someone who had met very few genuinely kind things in their existence and wasn't entirely sure what to do with one. Izuku sat across from Paimon in the common room. Charlie positioned herself nearby with the specific casually present quality of someone who was absolutely listening without appearing to be involved. What do you want? Izuku asked. The ley line that runs through my territory in the 5th ring, Paimon said, with the rapid efficiency of someone who had prepared exactly this pitch and was running it before circumstances changed. It's been degraded for 60 years. The fracture point is in a location I can't access without triggering a territorial dispute with Vox, whose infrastructure overlaps the access point. He looked at Izuku. You mapped the lines. You repaired the hotel structure. You can repair a ley line fracture. Possibly, Izuku said. In exchange, Paimon said, I offer you intelligence. Whatever I know about Malphasa's patterns, Vox's current operations, and Zestial's actual position on your arrival. Izuku looked at him for a moment. Why are you the first one to come? Paimon blinked. What? Alastor told me you'd come before the others acted. He was right. Why you first? A pause. Then, with an honesty that surprised even Paimon a little, because I'm the smallest and the newest of the 7 and my territory is the most economically dependent on functional ley line infrastructure, which means I have the most to gain from what you can do and the least to lose by asking for it. He paused. Also because I was curious about you and waiting was making me insane. Izuku looked at Charlie. She gave him a very small nod, your call, but I think yes. He looked back at Paimon. I'll look at the fracture, he said. I'm not promising I can fix it, I'll see what I find and tell you honestly what's possible. If I can fix it, the intelligence you mentioned is what I want in exchange. Paimon's quicksilver eyes were bright. You're not asking for territorial rights? Acknowledgement in the Overlord structure. A seat, information, Izuku said. Honest information, given directly, starting with whatever you know about the things sleeping in the deep lines. Paimon went very still. You know about that, Izuku said. Everyone who has sensitivity above, Paimon stopped. Started again. There are 7 of us. There are things we don't discuss in the meetings because discussing them makes them more present. He looked at his bad coffee with an expression that had shed its quicksilver energy and become something more careful. What do you know? I felt it arrive when I did, Izuku said. I've felt it twice since. It's been in the deep lines for a very long time and something about my arrival woke it up. He paused. What is it? Paimon looked at him. Then at Charlie. Then back at Izuku with the expression of someone making a decision about trust that they know they might regret. His name, Paimon said quietly, is Bale. The ley line under the hotel floor pulsed. Once. Deep and slow and resonant, like a heartbeat heard through stone. Charlie's eyes went wide. Paimon's quicksilver energy had gone completely still. Even the building's ambient sound seemed to hold for a moment. Izuku pressed his foot flat to the floor and felt downward through the pulse, feeling the deep line, feeling the thing beneath it responding to its own name being spoken aloud in his immediate vicinity. Aware. Awake. Listening. Tell me everything, Izuku said. Paimon told him. It took 2 hours. Charlie sat through all of it without speaking, her face going through several colors. Izuku listened with total attention, the kind that went quiet and absorbed everything, building the picture piece by piece. Bale, ancient, predating the current power structure by millennia, an overlord of the original order who had been sealed by a coalition of the earliest Hell Kings not because he was more powerful than them but because his philosophy was irreconcilable with any form of society, even Hell's. He believed in pure suffering. Not as punishment, not as economy, not as tool. As end. As purpose. As the correct and only state of existence in this dimension. He'd been sealed in the deep lines because killing him had proven impossible. He'd been sleeping because the lines had carried no energy unusual enough to wake him. Until now. He woke up when I arrived, Izuku said. The green lightning, Paimon said. It's the most significant energy event in Hell since, he paused. Since Lucifer himself descended. Izuku sat with that for a moment. Then he looked at Charlie, who was looking at him with an expression that had moved past alarmed into something more complex, not fear exactly, but the specific look of someone who has just understood that the stakes of what they're doing are significantly higher than they'd accounted for. He reached across the table and put his hand over hers briefly. Just for a second. Steady and real and present. This doesn't change the plan, he said. There is a primordial entity in the foundations of my city, she said carefully, that woke up because you arrived, and that believes suffering should be eternal and hopes should be destroyed. A pause. It kind of changes the plan. It adds a complication, he said. The plan stays. She looked at him for a long moment. Then she exhaled, and the tension in her shoulders changed, not gone, but redirected, turned into fuel the way she turned everything into fuel, which was one of the most impressive things about her. Okay, she said. The plan stays. Paimon looked between them with his quicksilver eyes carrying something that was probably the closest thing to hope that a demon of his tenure had felt in a long time. So, he said. Ley line fracture. Tomorrow, Izuku said. Come back tomorrow. He spent the afternoon on the rooftop working. Not mapping, not reaching, something more deliberate. He was trying to understand the specific quality of Bale's presence in the deep lines, not because he was ready to do anything about it, but because you never went into a fight without understanding your opponent's weight and shape and rhythm. Bale was ancient, patient, and strong in the specific way that things are strong when they have existed long enough that existence itself becomes a kind of power. He felt like stone that had learned to think. Like pressure that had developed preferences. And he was interested in Izuku. Not hostile, not yet. More like, measuring. The same way Zestial had measured him, but from below and much, much older. Izuku pushed his presence down through the lines. Just a touch. Just enough to say I know you're there in a language that didn't require words. The deep line pulsed back. Not hostile. Not welcoming. Something between acknowledgement and challenge, the way a very old, very confident creature greets something it considers worth noticing. He pulled back. Filed the exchange. Added it to the picture. Charlie appeared behind him at some point in the late afternoon, when the hell sky was going through its scarlet shift, and she sat beside him cross-legged on the roof with her coat pulled around her and her chin in her hands, and they sat in comfortable parallel silence for a while before she said, "Are you scared?" "About Bale?" "A little," he said, for the second time in their acquaintance. She nodded. "Good," she said, for the second time too. He looked at her sideways. She was looking at the city with her clear red eyes, utterly certain in the way she always was, the certainty that came not from knowledge but from commitment. She'd decided what she was doing and what she believed, and no amount of primordial awakening entities and the deep infrastructure was going to change the core of that. It was the bravest thing he'd seen in a long time, including in a life that had contained a significant amount of things worth calling brave. He looked at the city. The hotel behind them hummed with the green thread in its repaired walls. Below them, the ley lines carried the day's events outward through the city. Far below those, something very old continued its slow awakening, measuring the quality of the green lightning it had felt through the deep stone, deciding what it was going to do about it. And on the rooftop of a pink Gothic hotel in the capital of Hell, two people who had both decided, for their own separate and overlapping reasons, to build something here rather than simply survive here, watched the scarlet sky shift toward night. For days, Izuku thought. Before the second probe. Plenty of time. Chapter 4, The Heaven Problem. The extermination notice arrived on a Tuesday. Izuku knew it was a Tuesday because Charlie kept a calendar on the kitchen wall, hand-drawn, color-coded, maintained with the organizational commitment of someone trying to impose structure on a dimension that found the concept philosophically offensive. The notice materialized out of nothing on the counter beside the coffee maker, sealed in white so absolute it hurt to look at directly, as though the paper itself was made from compressed certainty. Charlie opened it. She read it once. Her face did something complicated and controlled and ultimately unsuccessful at containing everything it was trying to contain. Then she put it down on the counter and looked at the window for a moment the way people look at windows when they need the world outside to be further away than it currently is. "Early," she said. "They moved it up." Izuku picked up the notice. The language was formal and architecturally cold, the specific register of institutional authority that had forgotten it was made of people, every word precision engineered to communicate absolute legitimacy without acknowledging that legitimacy was a thing that required consent to exist. The extermination was scheduled for 4 days out. The rationale given was a single line, anomalous dimensional resonance detected in Pentagram City. Precautionary escalation of scheduled cleansing. He read that line twice. Anomalous dimensional resonance. Him. The extermination had been moved up because of him, because his arrival had lit up every dimensional monitoring system Heaven operated, and whoever ran those systems had looked at the energy signature of an ex-human hero carrying 8 lifetimes of accumulated will landing in Hell and decided that it constituted a threat worth accelerating their timeline for. He set the notice down. How bad is the normal extermination? He asked. Charlie turned from the window. Her composure had finished reorganizing itself into something functional, the emotion still present but redirected, her natural operating mode asserting itself. The last one took 30% of the souls in Pentagram City. The one before that was closer to 40. He absorbed that. 30%. 40%. Numbers that in any other context would be catastrophic. Here they were historical data, recurring events, the scheduled horror that the whole city understood was coming and couldn't stop. Who leads them? The Seraphim. There's always a senior angel running the operation. She paused. I've never been able to identify who specifically. They don't exactly introduce themselves before they start killing. This time, Izuku said, will be different. Vaggie appeared in the kitchen doorway. She'd clearly been in the corridor, clearly heard most of it, and her expression had the specific quality of someone who has been dreading a thing for a long time and has just had that dread upgraded to the present tense. Her hand was at her hip, not reaching for a weapon, just resting there, a physical habit she probably wasn't aware of. I know how they move, she said, quietly. Izuku looked at her. I know their formations. Their priority targets. How they communicate during the operation. Her jaw was set, her single eye direct. I've seen it from the other side. The kitchen went still. Charlie looked at Vaggie with an expression that was entirely love and entirely unsurprised and entirely heartbroken in the specific way of someone who has known something true about a person they love for a long time and feels that truth differently every time it surfaces. Vaggie, Charlie said softly. We're not doing this now, Vaggie said, with a control that was real and fragile simultaneously. We have 4 days and I know things that are useful and we should use them. She looked at Izuku. The formation is a wedge. Senior Seraph at the apex, 8 to 12 angels flanking. They move through the city in a grid pattern, sector by sector. They communicate through a harmonic frequency that only angels can hear natively. She paused. It disrupts the moment someone damages the apex. Not destroys. Damages. If the senior seraph takes significant damage, the flanking angels recalibrate. There's a window of approximately 30 seconds where the formation is fully disorganized. Izuku filed every word. You've tested this? A pause. I've seen it tested. He nodded. He didn't push. For days, he said. Okay. Here's what we do. What they did, for the first of those 4 days, was prepare in every way available to them. Izuku spent the morning with Vaggie, walking the sectors of Pentagram City that had been worst hit in previous exterminations. He was building a topographical understanding, overlaying the ley line map he'd been developing with the practical geography of which areas had the least cover, the most vulnerable population density, the worst natural defensive positions. He was building a picture. He was always building a picture. The afternoon he spent in Paimon's territory. The ley line fracture in the 5th ring was worse than Paimon had described it, not because he'd been dishonest, but because some things only reveal their full extent when you're standing directly over them. It ran for 3 blocks underground, a jagged interruption in the line's clean architecture, hemorrhaging energy in the slow diffuse way that fractures did, weakening the entire ley line network in the ring above it. He crouched at the fracture's most accessible point, a courtyard in Paimon's commercial district that the fracture ran directly beneath, identifiable by the faint wrongness in the ground's texture, the way plants in hell grew strangely crooked in a line above it. Paimon crouched beside him with the specific tension of someone watching a professional examine something they care about. Can you fix it? Izuku put both hands flat on the courtyard stone. The fracture answered immediately, not with hostility but with the specific discordant energy of broken infrastructure, the ley lines clean harmonic interrupted, jangled, bleeding. He felt along its length, mapping it in the way he'd learned to map these things, not visually but through sensation, through the green current's reach. Yes, he said. Give me space. Paimon stepped back. What followed was the most technically demanding thing he'd done since arriving in Hell. Repairing the hotel walls had been structural, running energy into damaged material and letting it heal. This was different. The ley line wasn't a building. It was a living system, a current that had to flow in a specific direction with a specific quality, and the fracture had to be addressed not just at the surface but through its entire depth, following the break to its root cause and sealing it from the inside. He pushed green current into the fracture and the fracture pushed back, not resisting deliberately, but the same way a wound resists when you close it, the body's distressed systems responding to intervention with their own chaotic energy. He had to be precise. Had to find the fracture's frequency and match it, then gently shift it, the way you tune an instrument, not forcing but guiding, small adjustments compounding toward the correct note. 20 minutes. 40. An hour. The courtyard filled up. He wasn't aware of it happening, his focus was entirely in the deep lines, but Paimon's territory residents gathered at the courtyard's edges, drawn by the green light emanating from the stone, the visible pulse of energy moving through the ground in slow waves. Demons who'd lived above this fracture for decades, feeling the wrongness of it in their everyday without knowing what it was, now watching it being addressed. He felt the fracture close. Not all at once, gradually, the way healing works, the broken edges finding their alignment and the energy knitting them together from the deepest point outward. The discordant jangle smoothed. The ley line's clean harmonic reasserted itself, running clear and strong through the repair, carrying a trace of green in its current that would dissipate over time but was present now, marking the work. He sat back on his heels. Paimon was beside him in an instant. The quicksilver eyes were bright and slightly overwhelmed. The resonance is completely clean, Izuku confirmed. He was tired in a way that was interesting, not physically, the soul body didn't fatigue the same way, but deep, like a very long note played out to its end. Give it a day to fully stabilize. Don't run heavy traffic through the district until tomorrow. Agreed. Absolutely. Paimon looked at the courtyard, at the crowd that had gathered, at the faint green trace in the stone. Then he looked at Izuku with the expression Izuku was starting to recognize as a specific Hell native response to things that didn't fit their existing model. You just repaired a 60-year fracture in 4 hours. It was a bad one, Izuku said, as if that were a complete sentence. There are 8 more fractures in the city's ley line network, Paimon said. I can give you their locations. After the extermination, Izuku said. He stood up. What do you know about the seraph they're sending? Paimon's energy shifted. Their name is Uriah. Senior Seraph, Extermination Division. They've led every operation in the last century. He paused, choosing words. They are not cruel in the way Hell's cruelest are cruel. They're efficient. They believe in the cosmic order with the completeness of someone who has never had reason to question it. What reason could question it? A long pause. Someone who doesn't fit the order, Paimon said. Someone who arrived from outside the system and has spent a week demonstrating that the categories the order is built on aren't as fixed as the order needs them to be. Izuku looked at him. They moved the extermination up because of you, Paimon said. But not only because of your power. Because of the hotel repairs. Because of the ley line fracture. Because Rosie's assistant sent word about you to 14 different entities and the word was, not the words Hell usually uses for powerful things. The word was, he stopped. Seemed to find this genuinely difficult. The word was safe. The courtyard was quiet. An overlord-level power that the population of Hell describes as safe, Izuku said slowly. That's what heaven is afraid of. Yes, Paimon said simply. He stood in the repaired courtyard with the green-traced stone under his feet and a clean ley line humming beneath it, and he understood, with the full weight of the understanding, what he was dealing with. Not a military threat. An institutional one. The most powerful institution in this dimension had looked at a hero from another world who had spent 1 week repairing things, protecting a hotel, and being described as safe by Hell's residents, and had decided that was more dangerous than anything it had encountered in centuries. Because it was. He walked back to the hotel. Day 2 brought Alastair to his room at an hour that wasn't polite, and Izuku opened the door already awake because the ley lines had been restless since midnight, carrying something elevated through their network, distant, directional, coming from above the city. Heaven's scouts, Alastair said, without preamble. He was more disheveled than Izuku had seen him, which for Alastair meant one item of clothing was slightly less than perfectly arranged, a degree of disorder that communicated urgency as clearly as shouting would from anyone else. 3 of them. They've been circling the outer ring since the 3rd hour. Mapping the city's defensive positions. Can you track them? I can broadcast interference that disrupts their communication back to Uriah, Alastair said. It won't stop their observation, but it will degrade the quality of what they report. Do it, Izuku said. What else? Charlie's father. He looked at Alastair. What about him? He knows about the extermination. He always knows, it's his city, whatever his current involvement in its day-to-day. The question is whether he acts. Alastair's tone was professionally neutral in the way that professional neutrality concealed opinion. He has not acted in the previous exterminations. Why? The arrangement, Alastair said, and the word carried the weight of a history Izuku didn't have the full picture of yet. There are things in place between hell and heaven. Agreements. Lucifer operates within them. And I don't, Izuku said. Emphatically not. The smile. You arrived from outside the arrangement entirely. You're not bound by it. What you do in 4 days, a pause, is going to be very interesting to watch. Front row, Izuku reminded him. I've already chosen my position, Alastair said, with a satisfaction that was entirely genuine. He left. Izuku stood at his window, looking at the sky. He couldn't see Heaven's scouts from here, they were operating above the cloud layer, the wrong sky of hell offering them concealment while they mapped below. But he could feel the quality of their attention through the ley lines, a different pressure from the hell native energies he'd been learning. Cleaner. More absolute. The pressure of something that didn't doubt itself in any frequency. He pulled on his jacket and went to find Vaggie. She was in the hotel's basement, the one she told him not to access alone. He knocked. A long pause. Then, how did you know I was down here? I didn't, he said through the door. I came to find you, and the ley line under the basement is showing an unusual heat signature. That seemed relevant to where you might be. Another pause. Then the door opened. The basement was larger than the building's footprint suggested, which he was adding to his growing list of evidence that the hotel's interior operated on its own spatial rules. One half was storage, the organized kind, methodical, every box labeled in Vaggie's angular handwriting. The other half was a training space. Weapons racked with military precision. A practice floor with the markings of someone who had been drilling the same formations for a long time. Vaggie was standing in the middle of it, a spear in her hands, and on the floor around her were diagrams drawn in chalk, patterns he recognized as formation diagrams only because of his own tactical training, but the formations were wrong in the specific way that familiar patterns appear wrong in a mirror. Angel formations. Drawn from the inside. He stepped down into the basement and looked at the diagrams without comment. He was aware of her watching him from the corner of his eye, aware of the specific quality of the tension in her, not the threat assessment tension she wore around him normally, but something older and more personal and considerably more painful. You were one of them, he said. Not unkindly. Just a statement of what the diagrams confirmed. Vaggie was quiet for a moment. Not one of the good ones, she said. I'm not going to pretend the exterminations are something I was innocent of. Her grip on the spear tightened fractionally. I was part of one. Early on. She stopped. Started again on different ground. I was what they made me, for a while. And then you weren't. I made a mistake, she said. I showed mercy when the formation demanded I didn't. They left me here. She looked at the diagrams. Charlie found me. He stood in the silence of that for a moment. He thought about what it cost her to tell him that, how many walls she'd had to choose to take down, the decision she'd made in this moment about what kind of trust she was building. He thought about Charlie finding her and what Charlie's first instinct would have been, and confirmed immediately that it would have been exactly what it was, kindness, without condition. Thank you for telling me, he said. She looked at him. I'm telling you because in 3 days I'm the only person in this building who knows what we're walking into from both sides, she said. Sentiment has nothing to do with it. I know, he said. And I'm telling you because, she stopped. Set her jaw. Decided something. Because Charlie trusts you and Charlie's judgment is better than mine in ways that matter. He nodded. The formation diagrams. Walk me through them. She walked him through them. 2 hours, detailed and precise, the knowledge of someone who had drilled these formations until they lived in muscle memory, translating them into tactical intelligence with the clinical efficiency of someone who had long since made their peace with the dual nature of what they knew. He absorbed everything, cross-referencing with Vaggie's earlier description, with Paymon's information about Uriah, with his own understanding of the ley line geography he'd been mapping all week. The picture was forming. The shape of what 4 days out was going to look like, and more importantly, what response to it could look like if he positioned things correctly. He was sitting cross-legged on the practice floor with her diagrams spread around him when Charlie came down the stairs. She took in the basement, the diagrams, the two of them, the quality of what had clearly just happened here. Her expression moved through several things quickly and settled on something warm and careful, the look of someone witnessing an important thing and choosing to be quiet about it. She sat beside Izuku on the practice floor, cross-legged, and looked at the diagrams. Tell me what you're planning. He told her. She listened without interrupting, which was an act of significant self-discipline given that she was Charlie Morningstar and interrupting with ideas was practically her default mode. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment. You're not planning to stop the extermination, she said. I'm planning to stop this one, he said. And change the conditions so the next one is different. Different how? The exterminations happen because heaven can. Because the cosmic arrangement, the balance between this dimension and the one above it, gives them the right, or what they call the right. He looked at her. Your redemption project changes that. If souls can be demonstrably redeemed, if hell has a mechanism for genuine change, then the justification for extermination collapses. You can't cleanse what's being purified. I've been arguing that for years, she said. You've been arguing it without the ley line infrastructure to back it up, he said. If we can route the hotel's redemption framework through the ley line network, make the change verifiable at the dimensional record level, then it's not an argument anymore. It's a fact. She stared at him. You want to make my project structurally undeniable. I want to give it teeth, he said. Arguments can be dismissed. Infrastructure can't. Vaggie was looking at the ceiling with the expression of someone doing several calculations at once. The angels won't care about ley line infrastructure, she said. Uriah especially. He doesn't operate through institutional logic. He operates through conviction. I know, Izuku said. So you're planning to fight him? I'm planning to have a conversation with him, Izuku said. And I'm planning to make sure the conversation happens on terms that he can't dismiss. And if the conversation doesn't work? Vaggie said flatly. Then I fight him, Izuku said, with the same tone. Day 3 was for everyone else. He spent the morning with Rosie, who turned out to be exactly the kind of entity her district suggested, theatrical, precise, cannibalistic in a manner she treated as table manners rather than personality, and possessed of a political intelligence that operated on a longer timescale than anyone else he'd met in hell. She received him in a parlor that was decorated with the specific aesthetic of someone who found death charming rather than frightening, poured tea that smelled of roses and something else, and looked at him with the bright assessment of a very intelligent woman meeting someone she'd been forming a hypothesis about. Rosie, he said, because she'd introduced herself that way and the first-name directness had been deliberate. Dear boy, she said, in the same manner she'd presumably said it to Alastair, which gave him an interesting data point about how she categorized entities she found interesting. You came to my district twice before you came to see me. I was learning the territory first. A rare quality. She sipped her tea. The extermination. Yes. I protect my people, she said, the charm in her voice acquiring a different quality, still present, but underneath it something absolute and non-negotiable, the way a very large and very old tree is still present and also immovable. My district has historically had the lowest extermination losses in the city because I protect my people and the angels understand the cost of entering my territory without invitation. She looked at him. You're planning to extend that quality to the whole city. To the parts one can reach, he said. She considered him for a long, unhurried moment. What do you need from me? He told her. She agreed to 3 of his 4 requests without negotiation. The 4th she thought about for 30 seconds before agreeing to that too, which Izuku understood was probably the fastest she'd ever made a significant commitment and treated it accordingly. He spent the afternoon with Charlie, in the ley line access point under the hotel's foundation. She'd never been down there, accessing it through a trapdoor in the basement that she hadn't known existed. The space was rough-walled, deep, with the ley line running through it visibly, the green trace of his previous work still present in the stone and now joined by the line's own restored clarity since he'd been working on the network. This is under my hotel, Charlie said, looking at the glowing line with the expression of someone discovering a room in their house that was there all along. Under your hotel, your street, the whole city, he said. It's the city's nervous system. He crouched beside the line's most accessible point. I want you to try something. She looked at him. What? Your power, he said. The morning star power. I've felt its edge when you're very emotional, it's different from anything else in this city. It has a frequency I don't have. He looked at her. The ley line infrastructure I'm building needs that frequency. Your belief in redemption, it's not metaphorical. It has an actual energetic signature that would do something to this network that I can't do alone. She was quiet. He could see her processing it, the weight of being asked to put something that was deep and personal and had been dismissed for years into a structure that would carry it through the entire city's foundation. What if it doesn't work, she said. Then we try something else, he said simply. She looked at the ley line for a moment. Then she crouched beside him, and she pressed her palm to the stone beside the line, and he felt her reach into it, tentative at first, then with more confidence as the line responded, her power finding its frequency in the network, warm and golden and specific in a way his green wasn't. The line lit up. Not just the access point, the whole network, briefly, the green and gold current moving through the city's infrastructure simultaneously, finding every fracture and every repair point and every clean section, mapping the entire system in one pulse of combined energy. Above them in the basement, he heard something fall off a shelf. He looked at Charlie. She was staring at her hand on the stone, at the light running through it, at the way the ley line had answered her. Her expression was very quiet in the way that profound moments produce quiet. It worked, she whispered. Yes, he said. She looked at him. Her eyes were bright again, but differently this time, not the edge of tears bright but the kind of bright that comes from a long-held belief being confirmed in evidence, from years of I think this is true crystallizing into I know this is true. How long have you been able to feel that in me, she said. The frequency. Since the morning in the kitchen, he said. First full day here. When you told me the rift closed. She absorbed that. You could have told me earlier, she said. You needed to find it yourself, he said. If I'd told you, it would have been my idea about you. This way it's a fact about you. She held his gaze for a moment that held more than one thing in it, warmth and weight and something that was moving toward a territory neither of them had named yet, something building with the same patient logic of a ley line current, finding its level without being forced. She stood up. He stood up. They went back upstairs. Day 4 arrived in the wrong color. He was on the rooftop before the scarlet shift, and the sky was wrong, not Hell's usual wrong, but wrong in a new way. The purple-black of Hell's night shot through with white that had no business being there. White light, absolute and sourceless, descending from above the cloud layer in shafts that moved with direction and purpose. The extermination had started 2 hours early. He was already moving. Down the stairs, through the hotel, out the front door, which had its new hinges and its repaired frame and the green thread in its wood, into the street, where Hell's residents were doing what they did when extermination started, running, hiding, pressing themselves into every available space below ground level, the practiced desperation of a population that had survived this enough times to have a survival methodology. He heard them before he saw them. Not the angels, something that preceded them, a harmonic frequency in the air that Vaggie had described but that words didn't fully capture. It was the sound of absolute certainty, translated into the frequency of divine authority, and it hit the ley lines the way a foreign signal hits a network, disruptive, incompatible, carrying a kind of pressure that was entirely unlike anything Hell native. He felt the ley lines strain under it. He pressed his feet to the street and pushed his own signal through the network, fast, clean, the broadcast he'd made on day 3 but targeted now, directional, running along the lines he'd been reinforcing all week toward the fracture points Paimon had identified, shoring them up, refusing to let Heaven's signal use them as amplification points the way his arrival had used them. The first angels came over the rooftops from the north. They were beautiful in the way that dangerous things are beautiful, the beauty of something entirely committed to what it is, every line clean and certain, wings that caught Hell's ambient light and made it briefly something else. 8 of them in the flanking formation Vaggie had diagrammed, moving in precise coordination, their halos casting light that was a statement about what it was and where everything else stood relative to it. At their apex, slightly ahead, slightly elevated, Uriah. Izuku had formed a picture from Paimon's description, efficient, certain, institutional. The reality was more than the description. Uriah was tall, white-armored, with 4 wings instead of 2 and eyes that were a specific quality of pale that suggested they saw things in a spectrum that included moral clarity as a literal visible frequency. They were carrying something that functioned as a weapon but was architecturally more like a declaration, a blade of compressed light that was less about cutting and more about absolute statement. Uriah saw him and stopped. The formation behind them rippled, adjusting, Vaggie's 30-second window beginning not from damage but from an unexpected obstacle, which told him her information was good but his approach had created a variant she hadn't anticipated. You, Uriah said, and the word carried the weight of a case file, this is the anomaly, this is the source of the dimensional resonance, this is what I was warned about. The arrival. Midoriya Izuku, he said, from the middle of the street with his hands at his sides. I'd like to talk before anyone starts anything. Extermination proceedings do not include negotiation, Uriah said, with the clean certainty of someone quoting a rule that had never required renegotiation because no one had ever been in a position to request it. I'm aware, Izuku said. I'm requesting it anyway. The 8 flanking angels had repositioned, not aggressively, but adjusting for the obstacle he presented, their formation geometry shifting in the way Vaggie's diagrams had shown. He tracked them with his peripheral attention, the combat analysis part of his brain running automatically. You are a dimensional anomaly, Uriah said, and it wasn't unkind exactly, more clinical, more the tone of someone describing a problem than condemning a person. Your presence in this dimension constitutes a disruption to the cosmic arrangement. You have no standing here. I fixed 8 ley line fractures, Izuku said. I repaired a building that serves as a legitimate rehabilitation institution. I've spent a week demonstrating that the population of hell is more than the cosmic arrangement's assessment of it. He looked at Uriah directly. If I have no standing here, what does that say about the arrangement's ability to recognize reality? Something moved in Uriah's expression. Not anger, the institutional kind of disruption, the expression of someone encountering an argument their framework was not built to process. The souls of hell are irredeemable, Uriah said. By your definition of redemption, Izuku said. Your definition requires external judgment. What I've been building in the ley lines is a different measure, internal, verifiable, structural. You felt it this morning when you arrived, didn't you? He pressed his foot to the street, pushed a pulse through the line. The frequency in the network. That's not hell native. That's the Morningstar principle routing through dimensional infrastructure. That's proof of concept. The formation had completely stopped. The 8 flanking angels were still, not by order, but by something more instinctive, the way creatures go still when the frequency of the air changes in ways that matter. Uriah was looking at him with those pale eyes that saw the moral spectrum, and he was seeing something that his years of extermination had not prepared him for. You can feel it, Izuku said. Because you're sensitive to it. You're a seraph. You can feel the frequency of genuine change. He held Uriah's gaze. I know you can. Tell me I'm wrong. A long silence. It was in that silence that Izuku understood what the extermination truly was, at its deepest level, not malice, not cruelty, but a failure of imagination. An institution that had stopped asking whether its premises were correct because the premises had been correct for long enough that they'd become axioms. Uriah was not a monster. Uriah was someone who had never been shown, in terms their framework could process, that the axioms were incomplete. The arrangement, Uriah started. Arrangements change, Izuku said. When the reality they're managing changes, the arrangement has to change with it or it stops being an arrangement and starts being a lie. He paused. You know that. You're not the kind of entity that can look at verifiable evidence and deny it. That's not who you are. Something in Uriah's face cracked. Just slightly. Just enough. The specific fracture of someone encountering the truth in a form their defenses can't redirect. And that was when Malphas arrived. He came from below, up through the street, through the stone, through the ley line itself, which screamed with the intrusion, the clean frequency of the network disrupted by something massive and ancient forcing its way through the infrastructure with absolutely no care for what it damaged. Malphas was not subtle and was not trying to be. He erupted from the street 50 feet to Izuku's left with the specific destructive entrance of an entity that communicated exclusively through the language of overwhelming force. He was huge, larger than Izuku had registered from across the Overlord meeting room, the full scale of him only visible at close range. Stone-skinned, heavy, with 4 arms that each ended in something designed for impact rather than manipulation. His eyes found Izuku immediately, then found the angels, and his expression, what passed for one, registered a calculation that rerouted his initial purpose entirely. He turned toward the angels. Not toward Izuku. Toward Uriah and the formation. Izuku stepped between them. Malphas stopped. The angels behind him had their weapons raised. Uriah had gone very still with the specific quality of someone who has had the tactical situation beneath them shift without warning. Malphas looked at Izuku with an expression that was, for the first time, something he could read. Not rage. Not the weapon blankness of the probes he'd sent to the hotel. Actual surprise. You're blocking me, Malphas said. His voice was stone-given sound. From killing angels. Yes, Izuku said. They're here to exterminate Hell's population. I'm handling it, Izuku said. The silence that followed was one of the most loaded silences he'd ever stood inside, and he'd stood inside some significant silences. You're handling it, Malphas repeated, in the tone of someone encountering a sentence that contained words they knew individually but not in this configuration. They haven't killed anyone yet, Izuku said. I'd like to keep that true. He looked at Malphas with the direct attention he gave everyone, not performing confidence, not asserting dominance, just genuinely present. I know you came here because the ley line fracture repairs I've been doing are reshaping territorial boundaries in ways that affect your holdings. That's a legitimate concern. We should talk about it. Malphas stared at him. Not right now, Izuku added. Obviously. Another extraordinary silence. Then, with the slow deliberateness of an entity that had not changed behavioral patterns in several centuries doing something entirely unprecedented, Malphas sat down in the middle of the street. Not retreating. Not attacking. Just, waiting. With the body language of someone who has decided to observe. Izuku turned back to Uriah. The seraph was looking at the street, at the crack where Malphas had come through, at the ley line's distressed energy visible in the stone, at the green and gold frequency still running through the network in the pulse he'd sent during the confrontation. Uriah's pale eyes were doing something specific, processing. The anomalous resonance, Uriah said. The dimensional record you've been building in the ley line infrastructure. Yes. If it's verifiable, Uriah stopped. Come and verify it, Izuku said. Not today. The extermination is suspended today. Come back in 30 days. Bring whoever you need to bring. Review the dimensional record in the ley lines. Look at what the hotel has been doing. Make your judgment based on evidence. He paused. That's all I'm asking. Evidence-based judgment. He could feel the formation behind him. He could feel Malphas in the street. He could feel the ley lines under the city carrying the accumulated work of 1 week, the green and gold frequency routing through the network, the fracture repairs holding clean and strong, the hotel's marked walls somewhere behind him. He could feel Charlie's power in the deep lines, warm and certain, the Morningstar frequency that had lit up the network 2 days ago and hadn't faded, still running through the infrastructure like a bloodstream, demonstrating in the only language Uriah could truly hear what genuine belief did to the dimensional fabric. Uriah looked at him for a long time. Then, with the controlled precision of a seraph who had made a decision and would execute it with the same authority they brought to everything, 30 days. The formation behind Uriah moved. Not attacking, withdrawing, the 8 angels stepping back in formation, ascending, their light diminishing as the distance increased. The harmonic frequency that had been pressing on the ley lines faded by degrees. Uriah lingered. You know this doesn't change the arrangement, the seraph said. Not threatening. Almost something like honest. 30 days is an observation period, not an agreement. I know, Izuku said. 30 days is enough. Something in Uriah's expression, in those pale eyes that could see the moral spectrum, did the thing that Stella's expression had done on the rooftop, that Paymon's had done in the courtyard, that Malphas's had just done in the street. The thing where an entity that had fixed parameters encountered something that didn't fit and found the fit genuinely interesting. Then Uriah ascended, and was gone, and the white light faded from hell's sky, and the ley lines breathed. Izuku turned around. Malphas was still sitting in the street. He walked to him. Stood in front of him. Looked up at the enormous stone-skinned entity with the same direct attention he gave everyone. The ley line repairs and your territorial concerns, Izuku said. I want to hear them. Malphas looked at him. The street was quiet. Hell's residents were beginning to emerge from their sheltered positions, slowly, tentatively, the practiced caution of a population that had learned to check that extermination was genuinely over before accepting that it was. They were appearing in doorways, at windows, from underground spaces, and they were looking at the street and at the sky and at each other with the specific expression of people confirming something they don't quite believe yet. Not dead. Still here. The extermination had come and passed without the 30%, without the 40%. One of them, a small, bone-decorated demon Izuku recognized from Rosie's territory, looked at him from the doorway across the street. Then she put her fingers in her mouth and produced a whistle that was probably audible in several districts. It was a signal of some kind. He didn't know the language yet. But the sound that answered it, from down the street, from around the corner, from further in the city where his ley line pulse had reached and where the residents had felt it this morning as something is different, something is holding, that sound was enough. He sat down in the street across from Malfa's. "Tell me about the territorial concerns," he said. And Malfa's, who had not had a conversation in 2 centuries and had operated entirely through the grammar of force, looked at the green-lit entity sitting cross-legged in the street opposite him and made, with visible effort and the specific awkwardness of something very old trying something entirely new, the attempt at words. Izuku listened. Charlie found him an hour later, when Malfa's had concluded his halting, disorganized, but genuine account and had departed through the ley line the way he'd arrived, except more carefully this time, with the specific carefulness of someone who now had a reason to care about the infrastructure. She came running from the hotel's direction, not in fear, in the direction of where he was, which was different. She ran the way she did everything, with full commitment and zero self-consciousness, and she stopped in front of him with her hands on her knees, catching her breath, her hair loose from its usual arrangement, her eyes bright and wide and asking 3 questions simultaneously without words. "No casualties," he said. She stood up straight. 30 days, he said. "Heaven is coming back in 30 days to evaluate the ley line record and the hotel's demonstrated results." She stared at him. "We have 30 days to make the case undeniable," he said. "It can be done." She looked at him, at the street behind him, at the empty sky where the white light had been, at the crack in the cobblestones where Malfa's had sat. At the ley lines whose frequency she could feel now through her connection to them, running clean and gold-threaded and strong beneath the city. Then she grabbed him by the front of his jacket with both hands and pulled him into a hug that was so immediate and complete and utterly without any of the self-consciousness that might have made it complicated that it resolved into something simple and real, her arms around his shoulders, her head against his collarbone. Just holding on for a moment in the specific way that people hold on when something they feared has passed and the relief of it is too large for words. He held on back. Behind them, Hell's residents filled the street, and the sounds they made were not celebration exactly. Hell didn't have much of a template for that, but something adjacent to it, the sounds of a dimension discovering, cautiously and with significant disbelief, that it might be allowed to hope. In the deep ley lines below the city, Bale turned over again. Fully awake now. Not measuring anymore. Planning. Chapter 5, Lord of the Verdant Dark. The 30 days didn't last 30 days. Bale made sure of that. It started subtly, the way the worst things always start, so gradually that the first signs look like coincidence. 3 days after the extermination that wasn't, the ley line under the cannibal district developed a new fracture. Not the slow hemorrhage kind that Paymon's territory had carried for decades. This one was sharp, deliberate, surgical, the kind of damage that only happens when something with intelligence applies force to a specific structural weakness. Izuku felt it at 3 in the morning and was underground before he was fully awake. The access tunnel he'd been using since the hotel foundation, a rough-cut passage that ran from the basement trapdoor down to the nearest ley line node, was different tonight. The stone was warm. Not the ambient warmth of deep earth but something directional, emanating from further down, from the deep lines where Bale's presence had been building since the name was spoken aloud in the hotel's common room. He pressed his palm to the tunnel wall and reached downward. Bale reached back. Not speaking, Bale didn't operate in speech, not yet, he was still too deep for language. What he communicated was intent, pressed through the ley line in the ancient grammar of something that thought in geological timeframes. The intent was clear enough. Every fracture Izuku repaired was a structural strengthening that Bale would now actively counter. Every clean section of ley line Izuku reinforced, Bale would pressure from below. The message was the kind that didn't need translation: "You are building something I intend to unmake." Izuku pulled his hand from the wall. He sat in the dark tunnel with the warm stone around him and thought about it properly, not reactively, not with the first response urgency that the signal had wanted to produce in him. Bale wanted him reactive. Ancient entities who communicated through geological intent were banking on the fact that smaller, newer things responded to them with fear, which expressed itself as urgency, which expressed itself as mistakes. He breathed slowly. He thought through what he knew. Baal was sealed, which meant his ability to act directly on the world above the deep lines was limited. He could pressure ley line infrastructure. He could damage it from below. He could accelerate the weakening of fracture points and create new ones in sections Izuku had reinforced. He could not, based on everything Paimon had told him, physically manifest above the deep lines. Not yet. The yet was the problem. He climbed back up to the basement, changed into dry clothes, the tunnels were damp, and the hotel's heating was a suggestion rather than a commitment, and sat on the edge of his bed until daylight. When he came downstairs, Alastor was in the common room with a cup of something and an expression of precise, alert attention that meant he'd felt it too. The deep lines, Alastor said. He's active, Izuku confirmed. I felt the cannibal district fracture at approximately the 3rd hour. Alastor turned his cup. This is different from the passive resonance I've been monitoring. This is deliberate interference. Yes. He's countering your infrastructure work. Yes. Izuku sat across from him. What do you know about the mechanism of his sealing? Alastor was quiet for a moment with the specific quality of someone choosing what to share from a larger pool. The original sealing was performed by a coalition of 7 Hell Kings, precursors to the current Overlord structure. They used the ley lines as the sealing medium. Baal's consciousness and power were compressed into the deep lines, contained by the network structure. Which means the network is both his prison and his infrastructure, Izuku said. Precisely. Alastor's smile was sharp. When you repair the ley lines, you strengthen his prison. When he damages them, he weakens it. The fractures are not just strategic obstacles for your project. They are his escape route. Izuku looked at his hands. The green current running through them, the same energy he'd been putting into the ley line network for a week. He can use my energy. He can use any energy in the lines. That's how the sealing works. He's embedded in the network, which means anything moving through the network is potentially accessible to him. Alastor paused. Your energy is unusual. I suspect it's more useful to him than standard hell power. Because it's not hell native. It doesn't have the frequency he's already adapted to resist. Yes. He was quiet for a moment, thinking. Then, I've been reinforcing the wrong way. Strengthening the lines gives him more to work with. I need to be changing the frequency, not increasing the volume. Alastor tilted his head. Explain. If he's adapted to hell power frequencies, and my energy is different enough to bypass that adaptation, then the solution isn't to use my energy as reinforcement, which just gives him new material to work with. It's to use my energy to change what the frequency of the lines is. He paused. Recode the prison, not rebuild the walls. The silence lasted exactly long enough for the idea to be processed by someone very intelligent. In 60 years, Alastor said carefully, I have not thought of that. You didn't have my frequency, Izuku said. I just got here. He told Charlie over breakfast. She listened with both hands wrapped around her terrible coffee, and her expression moved through several things, concern, calculation, that specific quality of hers where difficulty became fuel, and when he finished she was quiet for a moment before she said, What do you need? That question, from her, every time, without preamble, it was one of the most useful things he'd encountered in hell. Not can this be done or is this safe or what are the risks? Just what do you need, the assumption that it would be done built into the grammar of the question. Time, he said. And your frequency in the deep lines. He paused. And I need to not be interrupted, which means whatever Malphas is planning, his second probe, which is overdue, needs to not happen while I'm underground. She nodded. I can talk to Malphas. He blinked. He came by yesterday, she said, with the lightness of someone mentioning an unremarkable errand. While you were underground with the cannibal district fracture. He knocked on the door. A pause. He knocked. It was, he nearly broke the frame, but the intention was clearly to knock. Izuku stared at her. Malphas knocked on the hotel door. Vaggie almost had a heart attack, Charlie confirmed. But he stood there and asked if you were available to talk, and when I told him you weren't, he said he'd come back. She sipped her coffee. He's been thinking about the territorial conversation. Malphas, Izuku said, has been thinking. I know. Her smile was the warm, wondering kind. I think the conversation in the street did something to him. I think, she stopped, and the wonder in her expression became something more careful, more profound. I think he's been alone with the violence so long that someone sitting down in the street and asking him to use words instead was just, I think it was new. In a way that mattered. He sat with that. Then he said, very quietly, your project is already working. She looked at him. It's not the hotel, exactly, he said. Or not only the hotel. It's you. The way you're not performing optimism, Charlie. You genuinely believe everyone has something in them worth addressing. And that belief does something to people. It has a frequency. He looked at his coffee. I felt it in the ley lines. I felt it when Malphas sat in the street. It's the same thing. She was very still. You're the most powerful thing in this building, he said. Not me. Not Alastair. You. She set her coffee down carefully, the way you set something down when your hands aren't quite steady. Don't say things like that right now, she said, very quietly. I have a lot to do today and you'll make me cry. I told you not to, he agreed. She laughed. It was slightly wet. She turned away and busied herself with the terrible coffee with the dedication of someone giving themselves 30 seconds to not be seen feeling something. He watched her and thought about frequency and about what it meant to believe in something hard enough that the belief became structural. The problem with going deep was Stella. She arrived on the afternoon before he planned the deep line work, and she arrived with a purpose that was different from her previous visits, less measured, less architecturally composed. She came through the front door, which she hadn't done before. She came with her attendants waiting outside, which she also hadn't done before. She came with something in the set of her shoulders that his threat-calibrated attention registered as contained urgency. She found him in the library. Sit down, he said, before she could begin whatever prepared opening she'd organized. She stopped. You've been standing all day, he said, because he could tell, the specific kind of held tension that comes from a full day on your feet moving through a city in a state of elevated concern. Sit down and tell me what happened. She sat. He waited. She looked at the table for a moment, and in that moment the armor performed its usual maintenance, adjusting, resettling, the composure that she wore the way he imagined she'd worn it for 20 years of a marriage to someone who didn't see it, and then she looked at him and said, Zestial. He waited. He called a meeting this morning. Emergency session. No advance notice, which is his most direct possible communication of urgency. She looked at her hands, which were precisely still in her lap. He has felt the deep line activity. Bale's interference. He brought evidence, harmonic analysis of the ley line disruptions, documented over the past 3 days. He's been monitoring the deep lines himself, Izuku said. For longer than Alastair has, probably. Zestial is older than the ceiling. He was alive when Bale was active. Her voice was controlled, but something underneath it was not. He remembers what Bale was. What he did. What did he do? She looked at him. Imagine a hell without structure. Without the economies and territories and political frameworks that currently make it functional, in its way. Imagine a dimension whose entire operating principle is suffering for its own sake. No narrative to it. No hierarchy. No overlords. No hotel. A pause. That's what Bale believes in. That's what he builds when he's active. Not power. Just ending. The end of everything that makes existence anything other than pain. Izuku absorbed this. Zestial wants to reactivate the original sealing coalition, she said. 7 overlords. Coordinate with the deep lines. Reinforce the sealing using the established method. Which would consume a significant amount of ley line energy from every territory, Izuku said slowly, and would damage the network more than Bale's current interference, and would provide him with exactly the influx of power he needs to break the sealing from the inside. Stella stared at him. The original sealing worked because Bale was already weakened, he said. He'd been active for decades and the Hell Kings caught him at a depletion point. The network absorbed him when he was at low power. If you pour 7 overlords worth of ley line energy into the sealing now, you're feeding him. He paused. Zestial's plan will wake him up, not put him back. You're certain? Not completely, he said honestly. But the physics of the ley line architecture, tell Zestial, she said. He looked at her. He'll listen to you, she said, and the words cost her something, the way saying true things that are complicated always costs something. He didn't listen to you in the meeting because you were unknown. You've spent a week demonstrating what you are. He watches everything. He's seen the fracture repairs. He felt the extermination response. He's old enough to know the difference between power performing and power acting. She held his gaze. He will listen to you. Why aren't you telling him yourself? I'm telling you, she said, with the precise, careful placement of words that he'd learned was how she said things she couldn't quite say directly yet. Because you need to know. And because you'll know what to do with it. He nodded. When's the next session? Tomorrow morning. His tower. She paused. I'll be there this time. He looked at her for a moment, at the composure that was real and effortful and earned, and underneath it the something else that was also real, the part of her that showed in moments of urgency, because urgency is difficult to armor completely. Why do you care about this city? He said. It wasn't an accusation. Just a question he'd been building toward for several meetings. She looked at him with the expression of someone not expecting the question. I mean it genuinely, he said. You have 3 ring territories. You have more political power in Hell's structure than any overlord except Zestial. You are the most underestimated person in this dimension and you know it, and you've used it strategically for years. You could be anywhere. You come to this hotel instead. He paused. Why? The flame blue eyes were doing something complex. He watched the armor working and the thing underneath it being neither quite revealed nor quite hidden, the specific tension of someone who has become so accustomed to strategic honesty, sharing true things in the way that serves a purpose, that genuine honesty, honesty without purpose, honesty just because it's true, feels dangerous. Because this city is the only thing I have that isn't a transaction, she said, finally and quietly. My territories, my holdings, my position, those are leverage. My marriage was leverage. Everything I've built has been built to have strategic value. She looked at the library shelves, at Charlie's collection of books, at the Believe in Yourself sign visible through the doorway. This place is doing something because someone believes it should exist. Not because it's strategic. A pause. I had forgotten that was possible. He didn't respond immediately. He gave her room, the way he'd learned to give her room, the way you give room to someone who has just put something down that was heavy, letting them feel the lighter weight before you speak. You can be part of it, he said. You don't have to watch from the outside. She looked at him. I know that's not what your phrasing usually allows for, he said. Political interest, information, tactical relevance. You've been very precise about the framing. He held her gaze. You don't have to be. The silence between them had a weight and a texture that was different from the silences of their previous meetings. Those had been charged with assessment, both of them building pictures, filing information, learning each other's architecture. This one was different. This one was the silence of someone at the edge of a threshold, feeling its dimensions, deciding. Your deep line work tomorrow, she said. You'll need, Stella, he said. She stopped. I know what I'll need, he said. Tell me what you want. And she looked at him, this woman who had built an architecture of control around everything vulnerable in her for 20 years, who was sharper and more intelligent than anyone in her social structure had ever given her credit for, who had recognized the eighth seat for what it was and understood the calculus of power held despite rather than within, who came to a pink hotel in Hell's capital because she'd forgotten that things done out of belief rather than strategy were possible. She looked at him and she said, I want to help. Not I have intelligence that might be useful. Not politically, it would benefit me to be involved. Just, I want to help. He smiled. The real one, small, honest, the kind that had nothing to show off. Good, he said. I need someone who knows the ceiling's original frequency. You researched Goetia biology for 20 years. Tell me about the dimensional resonance that was used in the original ceiling. She reached into her coat and produced a notebook. Of course she had a notebook. Of course she'd been preparing for this. He looked at it. Looked at her. And she met his eyes over the notebook with an expression that was still composed, still precise, still armored in all the ways she'd built the armor, but with something at the edge of it that was new and undefended and slightly terrifying to her and not at all hidden. He took the notebook. Zestial's meeting the next morning was different from the first one. Different in the ways that matter, no assigned seating politics, because they were all standing around a large working table covered in ley line analysis charts that Zestial had been compiling with the patient thoroughness of someone who had been worried about this for centuries. Different in the atmosphere, which was not the territorial performance of the first meeting but something more urgent and honest, the way emergencies clear away the furniture of ordinary power dynamics. Stella was there, as she'd said. Paimon, who arrived looking like he'd been awake all night. Carmilla, present and focused. Malphas, who occupied the largest corner of the room and whose presence was somehow less overwhelming than it had been. Izuku caught his eye briefly and something passed between them, the specific acknowledgement of two entities that had sat in a street together and found they could talk. Vox was not there. Valentino was not there. Zestial stood at the head of the table and looked at Izuku with those ancient, patient, incomprehensible eyes and said, with a directness that had shed all the political architecture of their first meeting, speak. Izuku spoke. He laid out the ley line physics in the clearest possible terms, not dumbing it down, not performing expertise, just explaining what he understood with the precision of someone who had spent a week learning the system from the inside. The ceiling mechanism, the energy dynamics, why reinforcement would accelerate the problem rather than address it. He used Alastair's 60 years of observations and Stella's research on the original frequency and Paimon's territorial knowledge and the direct data from his own work in the lines. He told them what the actual solution was. Silence when he finished. Zestial looked at the charts. At the analysis. At the shape of what Izuku had laid out. Then at Izuku with an expression that, on a very ancient face that had mostly stopped being readable, contained something specifically readable. You are proposing, Zestial said, to recode the ceiling from inside the deep lines. Yes. By going into them yourself. Yes. Alone. No, Stella said, from across the table. Everyone looked at her. The Morningstar frequency, she said, with the focused precision of someone who has prepared this argument. Charlie Morningstar's power has been routing through the ley lines for a week. It's part of the network now. If Midoriya goes into the deep lines without that frequency anchoring him, Bale has home advantage. The network is Bale's medium. The green frequency is different enough to operate in it effectively, but difference isn't protection. She looked at Izuku. You need the Morningstar frequency as an anchor. Charlie needs to be at the surface access point, running her power through the lines while you're in the deep. Izuku looked at her. That's tactical, he said quietly. It is, she said, without looking away. Zestial looked between them with the patience of someone who had watched every possible configuration of alliances form over several millennia. How long will the recoding take? I don't know exactly, Izuku said. Maybe hours. Maybe longer. And the risks? Significant, he said. If Bale is strong enough to hold the frequency shift, he could potentially use my direct presence in the lines to pull enough energy to damage the ceiling structurally rather than gradually. He paused. That's the actual risk. And if that happens? Carmilla said, her measured voice carrying the weight of professional survival assessment. Then the ceiling breaks and Bale manifests, Izuku said. And we deal with that. We, Malphas said, from his corner. The word was careful in his mouth, still learning. We, Izuku confirmed. The room held with that word for a moment. Then Zestial, oldest of the seven, who had been alive when Bale was active, who remembered what that world was, who had spent centuries watchfully patient for exactly this eventuality, said, "What do you need from us?" Charlie took the news the way she took most things, with immediate, complete engagement and zero performance of the concern she was clearly feeling, all of it converted to energy and directed at the problem. She listened. Didn't interrupt. When he finished, she said, "Okay." When? "Tomorrow," he said. "Tonight I need to prepare the access point." She nodded. "Then, I'm going to tell you something and I need you to let me say the whole thing before you respond." He waited. "When you go into those lines," she said, "you are going into the place where the thing that wants to end everything I care about lives. The project, the hotel, the city, every soul I've been trying to help for years." She was looking at him directly, her red eyes very clear. "And you're going down there to protect all of that." A pause. "I need you to understand that it matters to me that you come back. Not just what you're trying to do. You, specifically." He held her gaze. "I understand. I'm not just saying the project needs you," she said carefully. "I know," he said. "Okay," she said, and she breathed out. Then she stood up straighter, and the thing she just said was present between them and acknowledged, and she was choosing to work alongside it rather than in spite of it, which was so entirely Charlie that it made something ache in the best way. "Show me the access point. I want to understand the geometry before tomorrow." He showed her the access point, and she put her hand on the ley line, and the gold-and-green frequency lit up the deep tunnel, and they spent 2 hours going over the mechanics together until she understood it as well as he did. Vaggie found them in the tunnel at one point and stood at the entrance with a lamp in her hand and looked at the two of them crouched over the ley line node with the same focused attention and the same hands covered in glowing energy and said, "I'm not even going to pretend I know what's happening down here," and then sat down at the entrance to watch the tunnel, which was Vaggie's most Vaggie possible expression of "I love you and therefore I'm going to guard the door." Alastair appeared at some point, stood behind Vaggie for exactly long enough to assess the situation, and then sat beside her on the tunnel floor with his cane across his knees and a satisfied expression, which was Alastair's most Alastair possible version of the same thing. He went into the deep lines at dawn. The access point under the hotel had been prepared all night, Charlie's frequency woven through the ley line node in a continuous current, an anchor line running from the surface down into the deep architecture, green and gold braided together in the specific way they'd found complemented each other in the days since the extermination. He lay flat on the tunnel floor at the node point and pushed his consciousness into the line. The deep was different from the ley lines he'd been working in. Those were architectural, structured, purposeful, carrying the dimension's functional energy in organized channels. The deep was older. It had the quality of original things, not built, not organized, just fundamental, the bedrock of this dimension's energetic existence before the city above it had been laid down in layers of history and intent. And in it, vast and patient and fully awake, Bale. He wasn't a shape, exactly. Not in the way that physical things are shapes. He was a presence, enormous, distributed through the deep lines the way a river is distributed through its watershed, existing everywhere the deep architecture reached. The ceiling had put him in the lines. The lines were in everything. Therefore Bale was in everything, at a remove, like music heard through floors. Izuku moved through the deep current and felt Bale feel him immediately. The response was not subtle. The entire deep architecture pressed inward, not physically, but in the way that intent becomes pressure in a medium where intent and physics are the same thing. Bale communicated what he always communicated, but closer now, with more detail and more force. You are in my domain and you carry the energy I have been waiting for, and you will be the instrument of my return whether you intend to be or not. He pushed back. Not with force. With something more specific, will. 8 people's worth of accumulated determination, the DNA of heroism distilled into an energetic signature that Bale had never encountered in his geological existence because it came from a world that had never interacted with this one. The thing that Izuku was, at his deepest level, brought to bear against the thing Bale was. The deep lines shook. At the surface, Charlie felt it through her anchor connection and pressed more frequency into the line, not asking what was happening, just giving him more of what she had, the specific generosity of someone who trusts completely. He found the ceiling's original frequency by following it, the ancient signature of the 7 Hell Kings, still present in the deep architecture like an old inscription in stone. It was strong, it had lasted millennia, but it was built for the Bale that had existed when it was made. The Bale that had spent centuries growing within the medium of the ceiling, learning its frequency, adapting to it. He found the adaptation points. The places where Bale's consciousness had grown into the ceiling's frequency like a root grows into a crack in pavement. Patiently, permanently, millimeter by millimeter over centuries. He began to work. The recoding was not a battle in the way that battles were battles. It was more like surgery, performed on something that was trying to heal itself wrongly while you were in the middle of operating. Every frequency shift he introduced, Bale responded to, counter-adapting in real time, and Izuku had to be faster than the response, which meant being faster than a thing that had been thinking in geological time for centuries. He was faster. Not because he was more powerful, Bale was ancient and massive, and if it came to a raw power contest the outcome was not certain. He was faster because he was new. Because his frequency was strange to this environment in the specific way that made it difficult to predict and counteract. Because 8 predecessors of accumulated human will operated on a logic that this environment hadn't evolved responses to yet. He worked for 4 hours in the deep lines. He lost track of the surface. He knew it was there, knew Charlie was there, felt her anchor frequency like a compass bearing, warm and gold and absolutely steady, the Morningstar certainly running through the line without interruption from the moment he'd gone in. At some point he became aware of a second presence at the surface anchor, different frequency, cool and precise and deeply controlled. Stella. She had come to the tunnel and added her frequency to Charlie's, the two of them running their anchor together, different tones in the same chord. He worked. The ceiling's frequency shifted degree by degree, and with each degree Bale's adapted footholds in it became less stable, the thing he'd grown into changing under him, the crack in the pavement reforming around the root rather than allowing the root to hold it open. Bale responded with everything he had, and everything he had was enormous, and the deep lines buckled with the contest, and on the surface above Pentagram City every ley line in the network pulsed with irregular, shuddering energy that sent every sensitive entity in the city to their knees for a moment. Zestial, in his tower, felt it and braced. Paimon, in his territory, felt it and held the walls. Malphas, somewhere in the deep city, felt it and pressed both massive hands flat to the earth in the instinctive gesture of something that was trying to hold ground. And then Izuku found the core of it, the deepest point of the ceiling, the place where the original frequency was strongest, the fundamental note that the whole structure was built on, and he changed it. Not replacing it. Not overriding it. Adding to it, the way a harmony is added to a melody, the same architecture, the same structure, but a new frequency woven through it that Bale's adaptations were not built for and could not counteract in real time because they'd been built for the old note and the new note was not from here. The deep lines rang. A single enormous tone, felt through the entire city above, through every stone and every ley line and every foundational structure that connected to the deep architecture. A tone that was green and gold and old and new simultaneously, the original ceiling's frequency rebuilt around an addition that it would carry forever. Bale screamed. Not in sound, in the language of the deep architecture, in geological distress, the scream of something vast being compressed back into its sealed space as the frequency that had been allowing it to grow into the ceiling collapsed back into stability. The root pulled back from the crack. The crack closed. Not completely, not permanently, that would take more than one operation and more time and more work than a single morning in the deep lines. But enough. Enough to reverse the recent growth. Enough to take back the progress of the last week. Enough to buy the 30 days back. He came back to himself on the tunnel floor and lay there for a moment with his eyes open, staring at stone, feeling the tunnel's cool air on his face and the ley line's clean frequency running through the node beneath him, restored and clear and carrying both frequencies now in its current. Charlie was on the floor beside him before he'd fully processed where he was, her hands on his face, checking him with the specific practical urgency of someone who is extremely emotional and is handling it by being useful. He turned his head and looked at her. "Did it work?" she said. Her voice was steady. Her eyes were bright. "Bought us the 30 days back," he said. His voice was rougher than usual. Bales compressed back to baseline. "He'll start working the ceiling again eventually, but it'll take him longer now, the new frequency is harder for him to adapt to." She exhaled, one long breath, all the held tension of however many hours releasing in one movement. Her hands were still on his face. Stella was kneeling on his other side. She had both hands flat on the ley line node beside him, feeling the frequency, and her expression was open in a way he'd never seen, the armor not down exactly, but not performing, just quiet, just there with him. "Clean," she said, feeling the line. "Both frequencies are stable." "Braided," he said. "It'll hold better that way. Two frequencies are harder to adapt to than one." She looked at him. "You used both of us." "I used what you gave me," he said. "You chose to give it." Charlie was watching this exchange with the warmth of someone watching something they understand without needing it explained. She lowered her hands from his face, and he sat up slowly, and the tunnel held the three of them with the ley line running clean below them and the city above them carrying the reverberation of what had just happened in its every stone. "You need to eat," Charlie said, standing, extending a hand down. "I need to tell Zestial what the frequency looks like now," he said, taking her hand and letting her pull him up. "You need to eat first," Stella said, from his other side, standing with the efficiency of someone who has made a decision and is already moving on its logistics. He looked between them. "Right," he said. 3 hours later, showered and fed and marginally recovered from 4 hours of deep-line work, he stood in the hotel's common room with a collection of people that 3 weeks ago would have made no sense as a room. Zestial, who had come to hear the report and was sitting in the armchair that had previously belonged exclusively to Alastor's aesthetic territory, with the patience of something ancient receiving evidence it had been waiting centuries for. Paimon, perched on the arm of the sofa, quicksilver eyes running assessments continuously. Malphas, in the corner, his stone-skinned presence actually less oppressive than it had been. Something in the set of him was different, the specific change in a creature that has started using words. Carmilla, standing near the window with her arms folded and her measured expression containing approval in the frequency she used for it. Stella, at the table with her notebook open and the look of someone who had integrated this space into her operational map and was no longer treating it as an external location. Vaggie, beside Charlie, with the expression she wore when something had turned out better than she'd allowed herself to expect and she was processing the adjustment. Alastor, at the bar, front row, satisfied. And Charlie herself, standing in the middle of the room with her hands clasped and her red eyes clear and her coat slightly dusty from time in the tunnel, looking at all these assembled impossible people in her hotel and doing what she always did in moments that were too large for single emotions, holding all of it at once. "Heaven comes in 26 days, Izuku said. The ley line record now shows 23 days of verifiable redemptive change routed through the dimensional infrastructure. We need it to show 26 before Uriah arrives." He looked at the room. "That means the hotel's program has to work. Demonstrably, specifically, in terms that show up in the dimensional record." "It works," Charlie said, with a certainty that didn't require performance. "It works," he agreed. We just have to show it at scale. Zestial's ancient eyes moved around the room, this room that should not have contained this collection of entities, that made no political sense, that was built in a place and for a purpose that the established order of hell had always considered either naive or threatening or both. He looked at it with the patience of something that had outlasted enough of history to know that the things that look impossible from inside a given era are the things that define the next one. The original coalition, he said, slowly and with the weight of centuries behind it. The 7 who performed the sealing. A pause. We were not friends. We did not share interests. We came together because the alternative was the end of everything. He looked at Izuku. This is a different kind of coming together. Yes, Izuku said. It is. Zestial chose his word with the care of someone who had used language for so long that they knew its exact weights. Stranger. Stranger, Izuku agreed. And more interesting, Paimon said, unable to help it. Malphas made a sound that was either agreement or the clearing of a very large throat. The distinction was academic. Charlie looked at Izuku from across the room with the expression she'd had in the tunnel, open and warm and holding something larger than the room, something that was both completely personal and completely connected to everything she'd been building for years, and he looked back at her with the honest small smile that had nothing to show off, and the ley line under the hotel floor ran clean with both their frequencies in it. The 30 days were back. The work was real. In the deep lines below the city, Bale was compressed and still for the first time in a week, but not sleeping. Calculating. Patient in the geological way of something that thought in centuries and had just been given new information about what it was dealing with. Above him, in the hotel's common room, something that had never existed in hell before was assembling itself piece by piece around a pink hotel and a boy who had fallen out of the sky with 8 people's worth of accumulated will in his chest and a habit of sitting down in the street and asking things to use words. It didn't have a name yet. It didn't need one. It was simply what it was, building, in the specific patient way that things that matter are built, not by announcement but by accumulation, the way a ley line carries frequency through stone. One day at a time. One soul at a time. Chapter 6, The Green Throne. Uriah came on the 29th day. Not the 30th. The 29th, which was either a test of their preparation or a statement about who controlled the timeline, and Izuku had been anticipating both possibilities since day 1, so it didn't matter which it was. The notice arrived 2 hours before the arrival, not the same white-sealed letter as before, something different, a single sheet that said only, tomorrow. Dawn. The Morningstar Hotel. Charlie read it at dinner and put it down beside her plate. Tomorrow, she said. We're ready, Izuku said. She looked at him across the table. Are we? He thought about the 29 days. About what they'd built in them. He thought about the ley line record that now carried 29 days of verifiable dimensional change routed through the hotel's infrastructure, not metaphorical change, not argued change, but structural change of the kind that showed up in the dimensional fabric the way geological events show up in rock strata. Layered, permanent, undeniable. He thought about the souls who had come through the hotel's doors in the last 4 weeks. Some had come because Paimon's territory word of mouth had reached them. Some because Rosie had mentioned it in her characteristic offhand theatrical way that managed to be both a recommendation and a challenge. Some because the ley line frequency running through the city had changed in a way that sensitive souls could feel without knowing what it was, a note in the city's infrastructure that said something different was possible here. Not all of them had transformed overnight. That was never how it worked. But enough of them had shown enough of the genuine internal movement, the actual working of the mechanism Charlie had theorized years ago, that the dimensional record in the ley lines was unambiguous. Yes, he said. We're ready. She nodded once, with the conviction of someone who has decided to believe something fully and is choosing to let that decision hold. Vaggie, across the table, had the look she wore when she'd spent a long time assessing a situation and arrived at an answer she'd been expecting but was still slightly surprised by. She said nothing. She picked up her fork. That was its own kind of answer. He went to the rooftop one more time that night. The city below him was different from the city he'd arrived to a month ago. Not dramatically, the architecture was the same, the skyline still carried its crooked towers and neon and the specific beauty of something built by people who had nothing left to lose and had therefore stopped limiting their imaginations. But the frequency had changed. He could feel it in the ley lines, running clean through the network, the braided green and gold current moving through the city's infrastructure and being felt by everything connected to it. Hell was not hopeful. It was hell. It didn't do hopeful in any wholesale fashion. But there were places in it now where the ley line frequency carried something that hadn't been there before, and sensitive creatures felt it without knowing its name, and some of them, in the specific way of beings who have been in pain long enough, followed the frequency the way you follow warmth when you're cold. The hotel's front desk had been busy for 3 weeks. He heard footsteps on the rooftop stairs. Stella came up and stood beside him at the railing, close enough that the air between them was something rather than nothing. She'd been here most evenings for the past 3 weeks, not always talking, sometimes just working alongside him, her notebook open and her research ongoing, the specific comfortable parallel presence of two people who have found a rhythm together. Tonight she wasn't working. She was just there. Nervous? He asked. No, she said. He looked at her sideways. I don't get nervous, she said, with a precision that was starting to carry its own humor, the specific deadpan of someone who has spent enough time around a person that irony becomes available in ways it wasn't before. You're doing the thing with your hands, he said. She looked at her hands, which were very precisely still on the railing. She looked at him. That's my default hand position. Your default hand position involves slightly more tension than that. She removed her hands from the railing and crossed her arms instead, which was demonstrably worse as a strategy but was at least a different configuration. He didn't push. He looked at the city. The Goetia hearing is in 6 days, she said, after a moment. I know. If the divorce ruling goes the way I expect, my territorial claim in the second ring becomes contestable. She said it with the professional neutrality of someone reporting a weather forecast. It won't be immediately, Stolas doesn't have the political will for an immediate contest. But eventually. The second ring territory, he said slowly. Is that the one with the 3 ley line nodes? 2 ley line nodes and 1 deep line access point, she said. The access point is the valuable one. It's cleaner than the hotels, older, better positioned, direct access to the mid-deep without going through the shallow network first. He looked at her. You've been thinking about how it connects to the ley line project. She didn't answer. Stella. Possibly, she said. For how long? A pause. Since the second week, she said, with the specific quality of someone confessing to something they'd decided not to hide but hadn't been ready to say. The day you repaired Paymon's fracture. I did the calculations on what a second access point would do for the network coverage and the numbers were, she stopped. Chose a different entry point. The territory's value to me strategically will diminish after the hearing regardless of the ruling. Its value to the ley line project is significant. He was quiet. I'm not, she stopped again, and this time the stop had a different quality, not choosing words, but encountering the edges of something that resisted being made into words at all. I spent a long time building things for strategic value. Even the things that should have been different. A pause that had weight. I don't want to do that anymore. He turned to face her fully. She was looking at the city, her profile in hell's night light, the flame-blue eyes carrying the specific expression of someone who has said something true and is now waiting to find out what it costs. Then don't, he said. She looked at him. You don't have to justify the territory in terms of strategic value, he said. If you want to offer it to the project because you want to, that's enough of a reason. You don't need the numbers. She stared at him. That's not how, I know it's not how hell works, he said. I've been here a month. I know exactly how hell works. He held her gaze. I'm not asking you to operate by hell's logic. The silence between them had a frequency now. It had been building a frequency for 3 weeks, compounding each evening on this rooftop, each meeting in the library, each moment in the deep tunnel anchor sessions where she'd run her frequency through the lines alongside Charlie's, and he'd felt both of them as distinct presences in the dark. He knew her frequency the way he knew the ley lines, not because he'd studied it abstractly but because he'd been in contact with it, working alongside it, building things with it. She knew that. The awareness of it moved through her expression in the way things move through Stella's expression, beneath the surface, visible if you knew how to look. She turned back to the railing. The hearing, she said, is in 6 days. After that, regardless of the ruling, I'll have more freedom of movement than I currently have. She paused. That's all I'm saying right now. Okay, he said. Don't, she stopped. I wasn't going to say anything else, he said. She was quiet for a moment. Then, very quietly, almost private, good. They stood at the railing and looked at the city, and the silence had the warm quality of something that has found its level and is allowed to simply be at it. Dawn came, and Uriah came with it. The seraph descended out of the wrong sky with 4 wings open and that white armored presence that made everything near it slightly more aware of what it was in contrast. 6 angels in formation behind, not the flanking extermination formation, something different, observational, the arrangement of witnesses rather than weapons. He landed in the street in front of the hotel and looked at it. The hotel looked back. It was different from the building Uriah had seen in whatever heaven's files contained about this place. The repaired walls carried the green thread in their material, subtle but present, visible to anything with sensitive enough perception, which Uriah undoubtedly was. The front door, rebuilt and rehung, had the same quality. The whole building had a presence that hadn't been there before, the specific quality of a space that was genuinely inhabited by a protective intention. Izuku was in the street, hands in his pockets. You're early, Izuku said. The assessment period ended at dawn, Uriah said. This is dawn. By a generous definition. Something moved in Uriah's expression that was almost humor. I was curious, the seraph said, and the admission was small but genuine, the first truly unguarded thing Uriah had said in either of their meetings. Come in, Izuku said. Uriah looked at the hotel door. The angels can wait outside, Izuku said. Unless you need them inside. I do not need them inside, Uriah said, with the specific dignity of someone clarifying that the question wasn't necessary. They went inside. Charlie was in the lobby, which she'd clearly prepared, not performed preparation, not decoration for the sake of impression, but the genuine tidiness of someone who respects a meeting enough to take it seriously. She was standing straight, her coat neat, her top hat absent because she'd decided formality mattered more than comfort today. She looked at Uriah. Uriah looked at her. Something happened in that exchange that Izuku watched carefully, the seraph and the princess of hell regarding each other across a lobby in a pink hotel, each of them being exactly what they were, neither performing and neither concealing. Charlie with her clear red eyes and her absolute undefended belief. Uriah with their pale moral spectrum sight and their institutional certainty. Morningstar, Uriah said. Uriah, Charlie said. A beat. You've had 29 days, Uriah said. Show me. Charlie showed them. She walked Uriah through the hotel with the directness and completeness that was her best quality, not pitching, not selling, just demonstrating, the way someone demonstrates a thing they believe in absolutely, which was in practice more persuasive than any amount of strategic presentation. She showed them the guest rooms, the common areas, the program documentation she'd kept with meticulous precision for years and that Izuku had spent the last month helping her route through the ley line infrastructure. She showed them the souls. Not in a performed way. Several of the hotel's guests were in the common room when they came through, and they were doing ordinary things, eating breakfast, playing cards, a pair of demons near the window having an argument about something entirely mundane that had the specific quality of an argument between people who had decided to be in each other's lives. They looked up when the seraph came through. Most of them had instinctive reactions to an angel's presence that they didn't entirely bother hiding, the fear response, the specific startle of creatures who had survived exterminations and carried that in their body's memory. But they didn't run. They stayed. That was the thing. They stayed in the space, in the presence of the thing they'd every evolutionary reason to flee from, because the space was theirs and they knew it was theirs and someone had made it theirs in a way they trusted. Uriah walked through the room with those pale eyes moving across every soul present, reading the moral spectrum, seeing the dimensional record that Izuku had been building in the ley lines, each of these individuals showing up in that record as a process rather than a fixed state, as entities in motion rather than entities arrived at finality. The ley lines, Uriah said. Basement, Izuku said. They went to the basement. Izuku opened the trapdoor. He helped Uriah down into the tunnel because the tunnel's ceiling was not scaled for 4 wings, and there was a brief undignified moment that neither of them commented on, and then they were in the tunnel and the ley line node was before them. Uriah put one hand on the node. The silence that followed lasted for a long time. Long enough that Izuku counted it without intending to, the old habit, timing things, and reached 3 minutes before Uriah removed their hand from the stone. The seraph stood in the tunnel with their back to him for a moment. When they turned, something had changed. Not dramatically, Uriah was not a dramatic entity. But something in the institutional certainty had acquired a crack, not the destructive kind but the kind that light gets through, the fracture that produces growth rather than collapse. The dimensional record, Uriah said. Yes. It's complete. The word carried more meaning than its surface. Complete not in the sense of finished but in the sense of whole, the record showed the full process of genuine change, the dimensional fabric acknowledging at its deepest structural level that something real had happened here, something the framework of extermination had been built on the assumption couldn't happen. Charlie's been right for years, Izuku said. Not aggressively. Just true. Uriah looked at him. The arrangement can change, Izuku said. That's what I'm showing you. Not that the arrangement was wrong in its origin, I don't know enough of the history to make that argument. But that reality has shifted. He held the seraph's gaze. The arrangement is supposed to reflect reality. When it stops reflecting reality, you fix the arrangement. That's what arrangements are for. Uriah was quiet for a long time. There will be resistance, the seraph said. In heaven. The Extermination Division has operated on these premises for millennia. There are entities who believe in the premises not because they're examining the evidence but because the premises are what they were built on. I know, Izuku said. That's true in hell too. This is not, Uriah paused. This is not something I can resolve today. I know that too. I am one seraph, Uriah said, and the admission was human in the way that moments of institutional limit are always human, the recognition that a single perspective, however honest, cannot move a whole structure. I have authority in the Extermination Division. I do not have authority over the arrangement itself. What do you have authority to do? Izuku asked. Suspend this city's extermination schedule, Uriah said, pending dimensional record review. The review process requires a full Seraphim Council session, which can take a pause. Time. How much time? Potentially a significant amount. That's enough, Izuku said. Uriah looked at him. That's genuinely enough, Izuku said. A suspension pending review. Time to keep building the record, to keep expanding the program, to give the evidence more weight before the council session. That's not a small thing. He paused. That's exactly what I asked for. You asked for a suspension 30 days ago, Uriah said. You received it. Now you're asking for another. I'm asking for a suspension pending a formal process that will produce a real decision, Izuku said. Not an indefinite delay. A structured path to an actual answer. That's different. The tunnel held the two of them and the glowing ley line node between them, green and gold frequency running clean through the stone, the dimensional record legible to anyone with the sensitivity to read it. I will take the record to the council, Uriah said. I will argue for a formal review process. A pause. I cannot promise the outcome. I know. And the entity in the deep lines, Uriah said. Baal. Izuku looked at the seraph. You felt him. Any angel with sensitivity above a basic threshold would feel that presence, Uriah said. He is significant. The pale eyes were careful. What is your plan for him? Long game, Izuku said. What I did to the ceiling is temporary reinforcement. The permanent solution requires more work, more time, more accumulated frequency in the ley lines. He paused. Which is connected to the hotel's work. The more genuine change happens through the ley line infrastructure, the stronger the new frequency becomes, the harder Baal's adaptive strategy becomes. He looked at Uriah. Which means the extermination and Baal's ceiling are not separate problems. Uriah absorbed that. They never were, the seraph said, slowly. We have been solving one and creating the conditions for the other. Yes. Long silence. There are those in heaven, Uriah said, who believe Baal's containment is hell's problem. That it reflects the natural consequence of this dimension's existence. The pale eyes were very steady. I have always found that position strategically short-sighted. Because if Baal breaks the ceiling, the consequences don't stay in hell, Izuku said. No, Uriah said. They do not. He let that sit. Then Uriah straightened, the specific straightening of someone returning to their institutional frame from a moment of honest exchange, the armor resettling, not dishonestly but because the frame was still real and still theirs. I will return when the council process has produced a determination. I will advocate for the review. A pause. I will be honest about what I found here. That's all I'm asking, Izuku said. They went back up through the trapdoor. The undignified moment happened in reverse. Neither of them commented on it. In the lobby, Uriah stopped. Charlie was there, standing with her hands clasped, watching the seraph with those clear eyes that held everything and hid nothing. Princess Morningstar, Uriah said. Yes. Charlie said. Your project, the seraph said, with the specific delivery of someone choosing words with surgical precision. Is more than a project. Charlie was very still. It is a demonstration, Uriah said, of a principle that the existing framework has resisted acknowledging for reasons that are becoming more difficult to defend than they previously were. The pale eyes held Charlie's red ones. That is not nothing. Charlie's composure, which she'd maintained through the whole tour with professional focus, did something brief and involuntary at the edges. She pressed her lips together. Nodded once. Thank you, she said, very quietly. Uriah walked out the front door without looking back, wings spreading in the street, ascending with the clean certainty of something entirely committed to what it is. The formation of 6 angels rose with them, and the white light diminished with distance, and the hellsky swallowed them back into its wrong familiar colors. Charlie stood in the lobby with her hands still clasped, very still, and then she made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob but lived in the space between them where things are truest. Izuku came to stand beside her. She didn't turn. Just, did you know it would go like that? I hoped, he said. That's different. Not always, she said, and leaned sideways until her shoulder was against his, and they stood in the lobby of the Hazbin Hotel in the capital of Hell on the morning that the extermination suspension was extended pending formal review, and the city outside was already carrying the word through its ley lines because the ley lines were honest about frequency in a way that language sometimes wasn't. Baal moved that night. Not the gradual pressure that had been building for weeks. Something different, faster, more direct, the specific urgency of an entity that has felt the dimensional record accumulating against it and has decided patience is no longer the optimal strategy. Izuku felt it at midnight through the hotel's foundation, the deep line shuddering in the specific way that preceded structural damage, Baal pressing against the ceiling reinforcement from multiple points simultaneously, testing for the weakest one. Not the geological patience of the past weeks. Something deliberate and timed. He went to Charlie's room and knocked. She opened it in under 10 seconds, fully dressed, which told him she'd felt it too through her ley line connection. How bad? He's going for multiple simultaneous pressure points, Izuku said. The recoding is holding, but he's found a new approach. He's not trying to adapt to the frequency anymore. He's trying to overload it. Flood the network with enough raw energy to drown the ceiling's architecture. Can he do that? If he generates enough force in the next 20 minutes, yes. She was already moving. Who do we need? Everyone. It took 12 minutes to assemble them. Alastair was already in the tunnel before anyone called him. He'd felt the deep line shift and had apparently decided that front row meant front row in the operational sense as well. Paimon arrived through a ley line access point in the basement looking disheveled and urgent. Vaggie came with weapons she knew wouldn't work underground but carried anyway, because carrying them was how she functioned under pressure. Malphas came through the hotel's front wall, not breaking it this time, using the door, but the specific urgency of his movements had caused him to briefly forget the door's dimensions, which was fine, the frame held. Stella was last, arriving from the street with her coat still being fastened, her hair not entirely in its usual order, the most undone he'd ever seen her, which under the circumstances only meant she'd moved faster than her usual precision allowed. She looked at the assembled group in the tunnel access. "What's the plan?" she said. "Same as last time," Izuku said. "Charlie and Stella on the surface anchor. I go in." "Bale is stronger than last time," Stella said. "I know. The simultaneous pressure points," she said. "He's using a dispersal strategy. When you're in the deep lines, you can address one pressure point at a time. He's created several. You can't be everywhere." He looked at her. "What are you suggesting?" "The other overlords," she said. "Paimon has a ley line access point in his territory. Zestial's tower is over a deep line node. Carmilla's holdings are above 2 access points." She looked at the assembled group. "If they anchor their own ley line access points and run their frequencies through the network simultaneously, you distribute the anchor network," Izuku said. "You wouldn't be fighting Bale alone in the deep lines," she said. "You'd be fighting him in a network that had 6 anchor points instead of 1. He can't pressure all of them simultaneously and fight you simultaneously." He looked at her. Then at the group. Then back at her. "You planned this." "I prepared contingencies," she said, with the specific expression of someone who has been doing this since she arrived and is only now letting it be seen. "I have been preparing contingencies since the first night I came to this rooftop." A pause. "I do that." He wanted to say something but the deep line shuddered again, harder, closer to structural. "Paimon," Izuku said. "Can you reach Zestial and Carmilla in the next 5 minutes?" Paimon was already moving, his quicksilver energy burning at full output. "I can reach them in 2. "Do it." He went to the trapdoor and looked at Charlie and Stella. Charlie stepped forward first. "Put her hand on the stone of the tunnel wall and let the gold frequency flow into it, steady and immediate and absolutely present." Stella put her hand beside Charlie's, cooler frequency, the Goetia discipline, precise and strong. They looked at each other briefly, these two women who had arrived at this tunnel from completely different directions and had spent 3 weeks finding, without announcement or ceremony, that their frequencies complemented each other and the ley line worked the way harmonics complement a melody. Charlie said, "Hold on." Stella said, "Obviously." He dropped into the deep lines. Bale was waiting. The difference from last time was immediately measurable. Bale was not in the slow geological mode of the first deep line work. He was urgent, which meant he was afraid, which meant the accumulated dimensional record had registered as a genuine threat to his existence and he had decided to act now before it became any larger. Good. Afraid entities made mistakes. The simultaneous pressure points were real, 7 of them distributed through the ceiling architecture, each one a location where Bale had been pushing for weeks and the reinforcement had thinned, like worn patches in fabric. Izuku felt each one, calibrated the distances, understood immediately that Stella's assessment was correct. He couldn't address all of them at once. He didn't need to address all of them. He needed to address the one that was closest to structural failure while the anchor network bought him time on the others. He felt the anchors activate. Charlie first, her gold frequency flowing into the ceiling architecture through the hotel foundation, warm and steady and absolutely unwavering, the Morningstar certainty routing through the dimensional record as something so fundamental it didn't need force, just presence. Then, 30 seconds later, a new anchor point, Paymon's territory, Zestial's tower, Carmilla's holdings lighting up in sequence as the Overlords pressed their own ley line connections into the ceiling. The network lit up. Bale pushed against it and found 6 anchors instead of 1, the frequency running through the ceiling architecture from 6 different directions simultaneously, the braided green and gold current from the hotel reinforced by hell native power from the Overlord's territories, each frequency different, each contributing something the others couldn't. Not enough to hold forever. But enough to give him time. He went for the weakest pressure point. What happened in the deep lines was not a fight in any conventional sense. It was closer to an argument conducted in the language of physics, Bale pressing his ancient, vast energy against the ceiling architecture at the worn point, Izuku countering not with equal force but with the specific intervention of someone who understood the architecture better than its prison did. Finding the exact place where the ceiling's original frequency was strongest, running his current through that exact point, reinforcing not the whole structure but the critical geometry, the way you don't need to fill a dam to stop a flood, you need to close the specific gap. Bale adapted. Moved to the next worn point. Izuku moved with him. Point by point through the ceiling architecture, following Bale's pressure with counter-frequency, the deep lines carrying the contest through the bedrock of the city while above them hell continued its night operations in complete ignorance of the geological argument happening in its foundations. An hour. 2. The anchor network held. He felt it holding, felt the strain in it, felt the Overlords pressing their frequencies into the lines with everything they had, felt Charlie's gold frequency running absolutely steady in the way that Charlie herself ran absolutely steady, unchanging in any direction that mattered. He felt Stella's frequency, adjacent to Charlie's in the anchor point, and it was doing something different from last time, not just supporting the anchor but actively counter-pressuring Bale's movements, anticipating them, the preparation she'd done showing up in the deep lines as tactical intelligence translated into frequency work. She'd been studying Bale's patterns through the ley line data for weeks. She'd brought it with her. He almost laughed, down in the deep lines 2 miles below the city. He almost laughed at Stella having done her homework and brought it underground at midnight because that was exactly who she was and he had apparently been paying enough attention to find it genuinely wonderful. He followed Bale's pressure to the 7th worn point. And Bale stopped. Not retreated. Stopped, a full stillness in the deep lines, the geological patience returning, the specific quality of something very old reassessing. Izuku held his position, green current running through the ceiling at full output, waiting. Bale communicated. Not intent this time. Not the compressed geological meaning of the previous exchanges. Something more specific. It had taken 2 hours in the deep lines for Bale to develop something approaching language, which was either a sign of how long he'd been isolated from anything worth communicating to or a sign of how seriously he was taking this, and both interpretations led to the same place. What he communicated was a question. The question was, stripped of its deep-line grammar and translated into something approaching words, what are you? Not hostile. Not threatening. Genuinely interrogative, the question of something that has encountered an unknown and found the unknown resistant to its existing categories. Izuku held the ley line current steady. Then he answered. He answered not in words and not in deep-line grammar but in the only language that was fundamentally honest. He ran the full frequency of what he was through the ceiling architecture, let Bale feel all of it. 8 predecessors. All might. His mother. Every moment of every failure he'd gotten up from. Every person he'd ever stood in front of because they needed something stood in front of. The 29 days of the hotel. Charlie's gold frequency and Stella's precise counterpressure and Vaggy's diagrams on the basement floor and Paymon's quicksilver eyes in his territory and Malfa's sitting down in the street and saying his first word in 2 centuries. He showed Bale the ley line record. The deep lines held the silence. Then Bale, ancient and vast and imprisoned in the geological bones of Hell's capital for longer than most of its current power structures had existed, did something Paimon had said was impossible and Zestial had never expected and Alastair had not included in any of his 60 years of calculations. He went still. Not the active stillness of an entity pausing before a new attack. The different kind of stillness, the kind that happens when something has encountered a thing it doesn't have a response to and is genuinely processing it. Izuku pulled back slowly. He didn't rush it. He maintained the frequency through the ceiling as he withdrew, keeping the counterpressure in place, the recoding running clean through the architecture. Bale let him withdraw. He came back to himself on the tunnel floor at what his internal clock told him was approximately 4 in the morning. His eyes opened to dim light and 2 people kneeling beside him. Charlie had her hand on his shoulder. Stella had 2 fingers on his wrist, checking something that he understood was a learned habit from her Goetia biology research rather than a deliberate tenderness, though the distinction was becoming less useful as a practical category. "It's over," Charlie said. "For now," he said. His voice was rough again. He stopped. "I showed him the ley line record," Izuku said. He paused, trying to translate what had happened in the deep lines into surface language. "He's thinking. I don't know what about. I don't know what it means long term." But he stopped pressing. He looked at the ley line node, running clean and stable. "The ceiling is intact." Charlie exhaled so slowly it sounded like a tide going out. Stella removed her fingers from his wrist, but not immediately. There was a beat between the necessary being finished and the contact ending, a beat she was aware of and chose not to address, and he was aware of her being aware, and that too was allowed to simply be what it was. "Upstairs," Charlie said, very firmly. "You need to sleep. I need to tell the anchors, Paimon will feel the ley line stabilize," Stella said. "He'll notify Zestial and Carmilla." A pause. "That's covered." He looked at both of them. Charlie was still beside him, warm and present, her hand still on his shoulder. Stella was on his other side with her fingers no longer on his wrist but with the specific quality of someone who has made a decision and is inhabiting it. "Upstairs," he said. "Yes," Charlie said. They helped him up. Morning. The ley lines were clean. The ceiling was stable. Bale was still, genuinely still, the deep geological patience, but with a different quality to it than the measuring patience of the past weeks. Something had shifted in the deep architecture. What it meant in practical terms was something he'd need weeks to understand, but the immediate fact was unambiguous: the city above it was intact, and the frequency running through its infrastructure was the clearest it had been since he arrived. He came downstairs to find the hotel's common room full. Not just the hotel's residents. The group from last night was there, Paimon on the sofa, Malfa's in his corner, Zestial in the armchair, Carmilla at the window. Alastair at the bar with his satisfied expression that he apparently slept in. Vaggy in the kitchen doorway with coffee she'd somehow improved while he was underground, or at least coffee that had the aura of improvement. And in the middle of it, Charlie, standing on a chair, her default height equalization strategy, talking to Zestial with the specific animated directness she brought to conversations she'd been waiting to have for a long time. Something about ley line routing schedules and the dimensional record and expansion of the program to 3 new districts. Zestial was listening. Not politely. Actually listening, with the focused attention of something very old that has decided a thing is worth its attention, which was the most endorsing form of engagement Zestial possessed. Izuku stood in the doorway and watched this room. He thought about the morning a month ago when he'd woken up in a crater in Hell's eastern district with 2 demons trying to eat him and a pamphlet on the ground. He thought about the 11-second fight and the walk through the wrong city and the front door of the hotel opening on 3 people who had looked at him with very different expressions. He thought about what this room contained now and what it meant that it contained it, this specific impossible gathering in a pink hotel that had spent years being dismissed and was now, quietly, undeniably, becoming the center of something that didn't have a name because it was still becoming. Stella appeared beside him in the doorway. She'd been doing that for weeks. Appearing in his peripheral vision with the specific quality of someone who had decided, in their own terms and on their own timeline, to be somewhere. Zestial is taking the ley line expansion proposal seriously, she said. I can see that. He came here voluntarily. A pause. He has not voluntarily entered this building before today. No, Izuku agreed. What you showed Bale last night, she said. The full frequency. The record. She was looking at the room rather than at him. I felt it through the anchor. What you put into the lines. He waited. It was, she paused for a long time. It was not what I expected from an overlord. I'm not an overlord, he said. No, she agreed, and the word carried something that had taken 3 weeks and a deep line anchor session at 4 in the morning to arrive at fully. You're not. He looked at her. She was looking at the room, at Charlie on her chair talking to Zestial with her arms moving the way they moved when she was genuinely excited about something, at Malphas in his corner with the specific stillness of someone learning to be in a room rather than occupying it, at Paymon's quicksilver energy going in the direction of genuine happiness, at Vaggie passing coffee to Carmilla and receiving a nod that Vaggie would later privately be more pleased about than she'd ever admit. This is your room, Stella said. It's Charlie's room, he said. You built it. Charlie built it. I helped with the architecture. She looked at him then, fully, directly, with the flame-blue eyes that had been measuring him for a month and had arrived at something, the specific expression of someone who has completed an assessment and is looking at the result. The second ring territory, she said. After the hearing. I want to route it through the ley line network. She paused. Not for strategic value. Because, you want to, he said. Yes, she said. Simply. He nodded. Then, because they'd been doing the honest thing for a month and the honest thing compounded, I'm glad you came back. After the first rooftop visit. She was quiet. I told you it was political interest. I know what you told me. Another pause. I came back, she said, because the alternative was not coming back, and I found I was, she stopped. Looked at the room again. Disinclined toward the alternative. I disinclined you, he said. Don't be pleased about it. I'm not being pleased, he said, with the specific expression that was entirely being pleased about it. She looked at him. Something in her composure adjusted, not breaking, just settling into a different configuration, the armor still present but carried differently, less between her and the world and more just part of how she moved through it. Her expression, with the armor at that angle, showed him something she'd been carrying for a long time that she'd been calling political interest and tactical analysis and information sharing and that had a different name that she was apparently, in this moment, done pretending it didn't. Stop looking at me like that, she said. Like what? Like you've been patient about something for a long time. I have been patient about something for a long time, he said. She held his gaze. You can stop being patient, she said quietly, with the precision of someone saying exactly what they mean and knowing it, and the armor had shifted enough that it was just Stella, sharp and difficult and brilliant and here in this doorway, here in this building that she'd been orbiting for a month because she'd forgotten that things done out of belief rather than strategy were possible and had been rediscovering it in degrees. He reached over and took her hand. She let him. In the room, Charlie happened to turn at that moment, the rooftop conversation talent persisting through geography, and saw the doorway and processed what was in it, and her expression did everything at once in the specific way of someone for whom the development was simultaneously surprising and, on reflection, not even slightly surprising. She turned back to Zestial with approximately double her usual animation. Vaggie, passing with coffee, looked at the doorway, did the same rapid assessment, and then looked at the ceiling for a moment with the expression of someone filing something under. I saw this coming and was correct and have complex feelings about being correct. Alastair, from the bar, raised his glass. By midday the meeting had become something else. It became the thing that meetings become when the agenda runs out and the thing that was underneath the agenda emerges, a conversation, genuine and multidirectional, the kind that only happens when a group of very different entities have survived something together and found themselves on the same side of something for the first time. Zestial talked about the original ceiling. Talked about it in a way that wasn't a recitation but a memory, the specific weight of someone setting down something they'd carried a very long time. He talked about the world before the current power structure, the hell that Baal had moved through, what it had taken to stop it. He talked about it because Izuku had asked, and because the frequency he'd shown Baal in the deep lines had been visible to everyone anchoring the network, and because something about that full honest broadcast had created a space in this room where old things could be said. Malphas, prompted by Zestial's account, said something about the ceiling from his own memory, the language still rough, words still being learned, but something in it that was unmistakably personal, unmistakably felt. Paimon translated a few places where the word finding failed. Nobody commented on the fact that translation was happening. Nobody treated it as anything other than ordinary. Charlie listened to all of it with her hands folded and her expression carrying everything it always carried, the wonder, the weight, the absolute refusal to treat anything as too far gone to matter. Izuku watched her listen. He thought about what she'd asked him on day one in the kitchen, did you actually believe it, or was it just the most promising thing you could find? He thought about what he'd told her, both, and then I met you, and now it's just the first one. He thought about the ley line record running clean under the city with both their frequencies braided through it, accumulating evidence day by day that the premise she built her life on was not naive, was not foolish, was structurally verifiable in the dimensional fabric of the world they were living in. He thought about Uriah, flying back toward heaven with the record they'd spent 29 days building, carrying it to a council that would resist it, carrying it anyway because the evidence was real and the seraph was honest and honest things, given enough time, found their way through resistance. He thought about Baal, still in the deep lines, still sealed, but somehow different from last night, the quality of his stillness changed by whatever he'd done with the full frequency in the deep lines. Not healed. Not redeemed. Something more uncertain and therefore more interesting, thinking. He thought about 8 predecessors who had each, in their own time and their own way, chosen to be more than they'd been told they could be, and had compressed that choice into an energy that had somehow survived a dimensional rift and a death and an arrival in hell and found its purpose not by being directed but by being honest, by simply being what it was and letting the world respond. Paimon caught his eye from across the room and gave him the quicksilver look that was his version of a significant nod. He nodded back. Stella's hand was still in his, beside him, and she wasn't making it a production and neither was he, which was exactly right. Late afternoon, when the meeting had finally wound down and the Overlords had returned to their territories and the hotel had settled into its evening rhythm, Izuku went to the rooftop. Not alone. Charlie came up the stairs right behind him, which he'd expected, and they stood at the railing together the way they'd been standing at the railing together since his second day in hell, and the city below them was the same city it had always been, impossible and beautiful and broken and being rebuilt, one ley line node at a time. Uriah will argue for the review, Charlie said. Yes. It might not work. It might not, he agreed. But it's different from last month. We're in the record now. That doesn't go away. She looked at the city. When I started the hotel, she said, I told myself if I could just prove it was possible, just demonstrate once that redemption was real, everything would change. She was quiet for a moment. I was wrong about that part. It's not one proof. It's accumulation. She looked at him. You understand that? I've understood that since I was a kid, he said. Progress doesn't happen in one moment. It happens in every ordinary day between the moments. She smiled. The real one, warm and undefended. The Overlords coming here today. Zestial listening. Malphas using words. She shook her head slowly. None of that is what I planned. None of it came from the right direction. Good plans adapt, he said. You adapted my plan. You adapted mine, he said. I came here with no plan at all. You had one. I just helped with the architecture. She looked at him with the specific look she'd been building for a month, the one that had started as wonder and then become something more specific and personal and present. She'd been wearing it openly for a few weeks, not hiding it, not performing it, just letting it be what it was the way she let everything be what it was. Izuku, she said. Yeah. I'm really glad you fell out of the sky. He looked at her. At the pink hotel below them, its green-threaded walls carrying his frequency in their material. At the city beyond it, the ley lines running through its infrastructure with the braided current that was already changing the quality of what hell was at its foundational level. At the sky above it, wrong and red and alive with its purple lightning, the same sky he'd woken up under a month ago, disoriented and grieving and completely uncertain about what happened next. Me too, he said, and meant it in every direction at once, the death and the arrival and the hotel and everything it had produced, the whole impossible accumulation of it. She leaned her head against his shoulder. He let her. They stood at the railing and watched hell's evening come in and the neon brighten and the ley lines pulse clean and gold-green through the city's bones, and neither of them felt the need to say anything else because everything had been said in the record, in the work, in the 29 days of building something in a place that had never been built in that way before. Below them in the deep lines, Bale was thinking. Above them, somewhere between this dimension and the next, Uriah was flying with evidence. In the basement of the hotel, the ley line access point hummed with the braided frequency of two people who had spent a month building something real in the infrastructure of a world that had needed it for centuries. And in the common room, Alastair was pouring drinks, and Vaggie was not quite smiling but close, and Paimon was talking too fast and nobody was stopping him, and Malphas was in the corner with the specific stillness of a creature learning that a room could be inhabited rather than occupied. And Stella was writing in her notebook at the table with the expression of someone making notes on something they've decided to invest in for reasons that have nothing to do with strategy. The hotel was full. Not at capacity, hell had more souls than one hotel could hold, and that was a fact and a challenge and a direction. But full in the way that mattered, the way a thing is full when it is being used for exactly what it was built for, when every element of it is operating in alignment with its purpose. Charlie had been right. The project worked. It had just needed the right architecture. And the architecture had needed the right frequency. And the frequency had needed a boy who had died doing the right thing and landed in hell and decided, without taking more than 2 minutes to grieve it, that dying doing the right thing was not actually the end of doing the right thing. Just a new location. Above Pentagram City, the sky was the same impossible wrong red it had always been. But if you looked at it from the rooftop of the Hazbin Hotel, in the company of someone who had never stopped believing it could be something more, it looked like something else entirely. It looked like a beginning.